Ishmael Yamson and Associates Business Roundtable has been a remarkable journey of growth and development since May 2014. The Business Roundtable has sparked conversations and inspired change, driving long-term sustainable transformation across all sectors of the economy. The Thought Leadership platform has experienced many highs, navigated through lows, and emerged strong, reaching a global audience of over 30,000 with our powerful insights.
As we look back with pride, we remember the distinguished leaders who have graced our platform, sharing their trailblazing ideas on strategic economic and business issues, unlocking opportunities for economic progress. We also extend a heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors, whose unwavering support has made it possible for us to deliver exceptional content and experiences to our audience year after year.
To everyone who has been part of this incredible journey, we say Aiko. Thank you for your resolute support and dedication. But the journey is far from over. We are excited to embark on the next 10 years, fueled by our passion for driving positive change and making a lasting impact on the world.
Join us as we continue to push boundaries, challenge the status quo, and pave the way for a brighter future. Together, let's make the next decade of the Business Roundtable journey even more memorable, impactful, and inspiring.
Visit us at www.ieyamson.com or call +233 530 117202. Ishmael Yamson and Associates. We will work with you. It's the 10th edition
of the Ishmael Yamson and Associates Business Roundtable. This is my third of moderating it, and it's always an exciting time to do that. Today, all of us make money, but the truth is that all of us really cannot do without money. And so for us, wealth is a great conversation to have as a country, especially in these difficult times. I'd like to say something quickly before we call on someone to pray with us. Just about 2 weeks ago, I got a lady who's part of the organization I run currently, saying that my suppliers got downgraded. My suppliers have decided not to give me 90-day credits anymore, and they actually want me to do a cash and carry system. And I was like, okay, and there's no other alternative arrangements. And so a business that was really vibrant about a year ago is currently working at about just 1/3 of its capacity. So it's really a great conversation to have this morning, looking at the issues from different perspectives, taking a look at those who are actually on the panel. It makes it exciting. So an enabler coming from the IT space, and then of course some anchor industries that we believe could actually change the fortunes of this country. So it's either in the space of agriculture or in the space of tourism, arts, and culture. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you warmly to today's session, and I'm very sure that all of us will have a lot of take home to either affect our businesses, different policies, or simply educate ourselves. I'd call on Prince Bwampong to give us an opening prayer.
Good morning. Let's pray. Dear Lord Jesus, we thank you for this morning. 10 years has been a journey. Even as we continue this journey, we pray for grace. This morning, nobody will leave here without an answer to a question in their mind. And I know that the speakers here will be empowered by you, God, to give these answers to them. And it will be a blessing to all of us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much, Prince, for doing us the honors. So, like I was saying, 10 years ago, this thought leadership program was put together by Dr. Ishmael Yamson together with his team called the Ishmael Yamson and Associates team. And the whole idea was to lead the charge in important national issues that could be national, and every need of the economy, and it was a way that economy could actually be taking away something. This year, our concentration is on wealth creation. And like I said earlier, we have some anchor industries to make sure that we are landing and landing properly. Actually call on one person from Ishmael Yamson and Associates to come and do us the honors by welcoming us all, and that will be Michael Yamson. Michael, with a round of applause, let's give him.
Thank you and good morning. 10 years ago, as Odile said, we were in crisis. Those of us who remember 2014, after the central bank made scored an unintended own goal by saying that businesses could not carry more than $10,000 out of the country at a time. crisis that followed, we began to think about what it was that had brought us to that point, how corporate Ghana could respond, and indeed what the opportunities were if corporate Ghana could be persuaded to not respond in a knee-jerk fashion. The 2014 Business Roundtable had only 22 people. And over the years, it has grown and grown and grown. What we have done is always to look at big themes that we think will make a difference if corporate Ghana, the public sector, government, and policymakers pay attention. This year, we selected a very interesting topic. And as part of my welcome, I'll ask you to indulge me to share a few words with you, ladies and gentlemen. The annual Business Roundtable has become an event for bold thinking, aiming to shape the future and progress of businesses and our economy. And today we gather to discuss an important topic: wealth creation as the fourth horizon for Ghana's growth. Ghana's path to wealth creation depends on government and corporate Ghana working together to first drive growth and power an expanded, vibrant, and sustainable economy that is built on profitable enterprises, and secondly, to reverse the growing high levels of unemployment that we see. For far too long, we have believed in a false paradigm that equates producing more basic goods and services with development and wealth. The idea that selling more will automatically lead to economic success is at best superficial and at worst dangerously flawed. This approach has failed to bring about long-term economic health, sustainable development, or resilient wealth. And our relentless pursuit for revenue at the expense of long-term investments has hindered our sustainable development. The economic strategies Ghana has relied upon no longer serve the path to growth and economic success, but powerful corporate and political actors who benefit from the status quo continue to perpetuate it and further impede our long-term economic success. So challenging the paradigm requires a shift in values, priorities, and changes in policy, education, and cultural attitudes towards development and wealth creation. It is the integrated implementation of strategies that emphasize agribusiness, culture, arts, and tourism, and ICT to expand the economy, drive growth, and resolve the growing high levels of unemployment that would deliver the vibrant new economy and sustainable, profitable enterprises. We must move beyond short-term gains and focus on investment in innovation, in productivity, and in long-term growth. The new economy we envisage will drive transformation that fulfills not only the aspirations of our citizens today, but will accelerate economic growth and create reservoirs of wealth for future generations. I talk about wealth, resilient wealth, and I want to describe it a little bit. Our poor performance as a country has exposed an economy that is bereft of guardrails and safety nets and lacking resilience in the key sectors that we have traditionally depended on for trade income, for domestic jobs growth, and economic vibrancy. It is critical to have a clear intent and strategy for wealth creation. The process of creating resilient wealth requires sustained investments in the skills and capabilities of our workforce in as much as we invest in infrastructure. It also necessitates a mindset shift in favor of investing in the growth of new industries and economic opportunities across all stages of the prioritized value chains. Together, a clear intent, strategic choices, and sustained investments help to prioritize the investments in education, training, innovation, entrepreneurship, and infrastructure development that create a diversified, high-growth economy with sustainable revenue flows from high-value. You will notice that nowhere in this description did I mention government jobs as the basis for resilient wealth creation. So to emphasize, this is about prioritizing new economic value chains where Ghana has competitive advantage and invest in research and development, innovation, and infrastructure to help them thrive. It also requires support for entrepreneurs in these targeted value chains to create high-value products and services. Thirdly, it demands a focus on building the skills and capabilities of our workforce to support the growth of new industries in the chosen sectors. And finally, the implementation of differentiation strategies to ensure that Ghana remains competitive in the global economy. Now, while global integration presents new opportunities to aggregate and accumulate resilient wealth, integrating our economy with global markets exposes us to economic shocks.
So if that will come there.
However, diversifying will enable Ghana to break free from our reliance on a narrow range of markets in basic export products and low-value services and mitigate the risks of our dalliance with the global markets. To succeed in this new global economic construct and become a significant player in trade and in manufacturing, we need to build the three focus sectors to power a new economy by aggressively investing to develop and empower and liberate a high-quality, youthful workforce. We need to invest in raising productivity across agribusiness and modernize our agriculture. We must leverage the competitive advantages with the greatest potential for economic and job growth in the culture, arts, and tourism sectors. And we must take advantage of the challenge of rapid ICT-enabled growth and world-class competition in productive sectors where the economy can perform at high levels of efficiency and productivity. It is vital to ensure that the benefits of globalization are shared broadly and equitably by promoting inclusive growth and policies to raise living standards, reduce inequalities, and increase access to education and employment opportunities to support our vulnerable populations through education and effective social safety nets. Our success in creating a new economy hinges on generating internal savings and resources to strategically invest in these emerging opportunities and leverage our unique strengths and resources for resilient and sustainable wealth. Ghana needs purposeful leadership that is passionate about making strategic investments in research and development and in new technologies to establish new industries in long underexploited sectors such as agribusiness, culture, arts, and tourism, and the knowledge industries. This requires taking risks, pursuing innovation, and creating a supportive environment for entrepreneurship. Finally, I cannot end without talking about leadership. The importance of leadership values, attitudes, and behaviors cannot be overstated. Public and private sector leaders must lead by example, demonstrating high ethical standards, integrity, accountability, discipline, and inclusivity. As you can see, I have begun by making sure that there are 3 women and 3 men on the panel. We can promote economic progress that meets the needs of our citizens today and enables future generations to fulfill their aspirations with a leadership culture that is pro-innovation, pro-entrepreneurship, prioritizes investing in human capital as the basis for economic growth, job creation in the private sector, and prosperous, inclusive societies. We also need a leadership culture that is personally invested in building resilient, transparent institutions and which fosters an environment devoid of corruption, greed, and mismanagement. At this juncture, I can hear the whispers, this man doesn't live in Ghana. I have outlined the foundations for resilient wealth creation. And now I want to hand over the floor and the microphone to our esteemed speakers who will delve into the potentials of agriculture and agribusiness, culture, arts, and tourism industries, and ICT to deliver the growth and wealth we seek. The Black Star of Africa is not quite done. Thank you for your attention, and let us embark on this journey of shaping Ghana's future together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. There was one point you made concerning research and development that caught my eye. And I was reading a NEPAD article that was trying to find some solutions to research and development in African businesses. And one of the key things they talked about was how you can actually get the tax system to sort of give people a rebate for actually setting up R&D departments in their businesses. And I thought that would be a great idea. And if there's anybody from GRA here, this could be good conversation that we could be having. So we're going to take a look at the agricultural sector and look at how we can actually create wealth from this space. In about 2010, between 2001 and 2010, our figures when it comes to GDP contribution from the agric sector was about 54%. We're currently doing some 19.71%. We're interested in the agric sector because even though the contribution to GDP is dwindling, we still have majority of our workforce sitting in that space. It means that if we really want to be able to affect majority of our population, the agric sector is a key place for us to turn our attention to. Without much ado, I'll be inviting Fatima Alimohamed, who's the CEO, African Brand Warrior. She used to be the general manager of Wilma Africa, and she's currently the CEO for Africa Brand Warrior. She's a thought leader in strategy, business development, scale-up, value creation, brand development, market segment, consumer relationship, NPD, marketing and communications. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Fatima as she gives us her presentation on agriculture.
That's the first thing you do. You learn from the previous predecessors. So holding the mic is the approach we're going to take this morning. Good morning. If I don't hear that good morning, we're not getting anywhere. So good morning. Come on, we've got breakfast out there. So good morning. We've got to be positive, man. We're the last continent on this earth. So we've got to be excited about, being the cradle of mankind. So I'm going to try this once more. Good morning. There we go. Thank you. So good morning to those that are here and those that we have online. Everyone, I've been introduced. My name is Fatima Alimohamed. And there is a slide that is supposed to be coming up. So the technical guys, if you could put that slide up. I'm going to say all protocols observed, and I'm glad to see my friend Amma here and Raj, two people that I know drive what we talk about, positivity and wanting to do things on the continent. This morning, I'm not going to be sharing things like data, GDP, or how many people we have in the labor force, what is it that we do. We all know this information. And anyone who's ever listened to me before will know that I use the word NATO a lot, which is a United Nations, council. But for me, NATO stands for no action, talk only. And I really don't like to go into places where all we do is talk, and come out with nothing. So when you come into events like what Ishmael Yamson has, we know that we are trying to provoke, with trying to be thought provokers. And this is something that I said yesterday on one of the radio stations, and I'm hoping that the media that are going to be here today will also be the first change makers, because I feel we need to stop giving politicians front page. We need to stop talking about all the issues and the negativity that is going on. There is just so much positivity that we have. There's so much that's happening on this continent that we haven't even scratched the surface to be able to share. So I think the media should take an oath and say, from today, we are not going to be sharing anything to do with politics and all the negativities. Let's start showcasing successful agriculture businesses that are happening in this country, on this continent. Let us start showcasing that. So this is something that anyone has an opportunity. And I'm just going to put it up there because I just want us to keep referring to this. Only one slide. I prefer to talk than doing presentations. And the reason I'm sharing this slide is I just want to show you the opportunities that exist. Okay? This is just in 1 year. In 1 year, we've had 280 agri-tech ventures on the continent. If you look at Ghana alone, there's been over 30 projects that have been funded. If we tell you that there has been $280 million that has just been put in venture capital in the agri space, I'm not even talking about clean cooking, or I'm not talking about ICT, I'm not talking about the health sector, I'm just talking about agri. No one has captured this information, and this is information that is free and available. If anyone wants to get this data, please go to its Britta Bridges. They're online. They are a thought leadership research company, and they will share every data that you need on all sectors. It gives you an informed position. One of the things that I say to people is that if you want to know what's happening on the ground, you first need to know what's happening globally so that you can then pull that. It's called being able to steal ideas shamelessly. If we want AvTech to work, then we need to make sure that we have learned the failures of Brexit so that we do not need to reinvent the wheel, okay? So I'm going to start with an analogy this morning. I told you I'm a very interesting person. I don't want to talk about farming and cocoa, and cassava. We all know that we're the world leaders in cocoa. We know we're the third in cassava. We know we import 3.2 million kgs of meat in a month. We know that we import 950,000 tons of rice. How does that information help you? I'd rather just look at what are the opportunities and what is it that we can do. So I'm going to start with an analogy here of the lion and the elephant. In the jungle, it is said the elephant is the biggest, the giraffe is the tallest, the fox is the wisest, and the cheetah is the fastest. But the lion is still the king of the jungle, yet he doesn't have any of these qualities. Why? It is because the lion is courageous, he is bold, He walks with confidence, and he dares anything and is never afraid. The lion is a risk taker and is unstoppable. The lion believes any food is food for him. The lion believes any opportunity is worth giving it a trial and never lets it slip from its hands. Funny enough, the lion only works for 4 hours, but he eats meat and he sleeps for 20 hours. The elephant, on the other hand, works for 24 hours, but only eats grass. So my question to all of us here, is Ghana a lion or an elephant? We have gone out for the 17th time to beg for a loan. We didn't learn the 14th, the 15th, the 16th time, and I have a feeling we're probably not going to learn the 17th time either. So I'm not sure, does that make us an elephant? The moral of the story is we need to have the courage, the will to try, the faith to believe that everything is possible. The strategy is our approach to challenges, circumstances, and situations. Always stay in lion mode. As I speak today, I will keep making reference to Africa rather than Ghana as a country, as it's time we started seeing the opportunities on a continental level than just as one nation. Our role individually has an impact on the collective. The conversations we're having is about the Ghana agribusiness opportunity, the African opportunity, which is staring us right here. The African opportunity is real and true. The African agripreneurs, innovators, and exporters must prioritize ourselves as more critical to changing the African narratives above politicians and political parties. We must accept to be driven by a deeper purpose and a clear ideology of what is transferable. We must see the challenges that are facing us as a continent not as barriers, but only as human issues we're more than capable of resolving. For entrepreneurs, innovators, and exporters ready to solve problems and innovate to see Africa's unmet needs, there's a tremendous opportunity for transformation. Change has always been driven by human hearts and heads who move ideas and services across the globe. These change makers are in this room and online and everywhere else. And while we work with the world, we need to look at the possibilities that are exciting that we can birth for our own people. I know I'm standing in front of you looking like an Obruni, but hey, let me just tell you, I am an African to the core and a very, very proud Kenyan and a Pan-Africanist. Africa was defeated by slave trade and colonialism. The weapon, and there we go. The weapon used to achieve this feat at that time was the gunpowder, a weapon that is no longer recognized into. We have a false notion as Africans and a narrative of our unprogressiveness. We're so negative about everything. Unfortunately, colonization of the mind continues. So we may think we're not colonized, but we are colonized by the mind. And that is why we're not using our mind and senses to think at the highest level of what possibilities is there to confront challenges of everyday life. The opportunity lies within the problems we see and face daily. Africa is the richest continent, yet its people are poor. But the rest of the world thinks Africa is poor. We need to change that. Africa is the richest. Its people are poor. So we need to understand and let that sink in. It is not the external world that is causing us our problem. It's we ourselves as Africans that are doing it to ourselves. And this is one example I keep mentioning for all those that remember that whatever was happening in South Africa, the whole cleansing, the ethnic cleansing, was not a foreigner doing it. It was we Africans against Africans. So it is time that we change this mindset and understand that if we want to do anything for the agri sector, if we need to toil the land, it is we doing for our own. As Ghanaians and as Africans, we must seek knowledge and focus our eyes and ears on understanding the global trends. And this is where I feel we sell ourselves very short. We do not know the threats that are happening globally and the impact that they have on us. For example, how many in this room and those that are online are aware of the new European legislation that is coming into play, which says they will no longer be buying anything out of Africa that does not have traceability? Now, we know how our systems work. We'll have Kwame come and deliver 2 sacks of cocoa. We're going to have Yeboah come and bring in 5 sacks of cocoa. We don't know where they get it from. Everybody just picks, comes, puts it into a place and sells. Now, if Europe is saying that until you do not showcase traceability, we're not going to be lifting, whether it's cocoa or whoever else, should we be crying and thinking that we're going to lose this market? Have we even thought or put in strategies of what we're going to do to mitigate this issue? The first thing we need to look at is we are a population of 1.42 billion people. If I divided that into 50%, we say, let's take 700 million people and say, okay, this 700 million people are living under $1 a day. So you know what? Let's target another 50% of that. 350 million people. Are you saying on this continent, we cannot make sure that just one person for breakfast has 1 cup of cocoa? That's 350 million cups of cocoa. It's a paradigm shift. But I can promise you, we're going to sit here, we're going to reach the time that it happens, and we're going to go, we're stuck. We do not know what to do with this cocoa. So we need to start understanding the opportunities are there. How are we taking advantage of the continental free trade to be able to say, right now, which country has a strength in which area and which country has a weakness? If Ghana is the largest producer of cocoa with Ivory Coast, why can't we take it to East Africa, to Kenya, to Ethiopia to do the production? If something is happening that Kenya can be able to do, and Kenya is not great at yams and cassava, what is it that we can do with Ghana? Has anyone sat there and said, let's look at a SWOT analysis and how we can be able to leverage within our own? The problem we have as Africans is we're all sitting and waiting with a sit and watch approach to see who is going to be first to do this. That is our problem. So we need to call a spade and not a big spoon. The reality is that we don't want to see our neighbors successful. The next challenge we have for the continental free trade, especially on the agri sector and more so in any other area, is jobs. Have we set and thought, when we're saying every African is going to be able to have the right to move across borders under the continental free trade, what does that mean? I'm a Kenyan, I'm here, I've been here for 13 years. I can tell you, if you go into all the hotels, including the hotel that we're sitting in today, is being managed by Kenyans. Okay? If a Nigerian is going to come here and start being able to sell chichinga on the streets, wahala day. Okay? Nigerians are already in Kenya. So are we already understanding that the role this is going to play in terms of insecurity? Because everyone's going to be hungry. Everybody is going to take the skills that they have to be able to push and drive the agenda. So we need to start thinking in a collaborative approach, because Africa has land, sun, water, and people. So we need to leverage that from the agri sector and say, what is it that we can do to be able to look at your strength and me taking advantage of it? That's the only way we can do this. The other area that we have is this whole exportation of raw material. We have sung about it, we've talked about it. I mean, I'm reading newspapers and getting scared that when we say all of a sudden now lands are going to belong to China, you know, ports in Djibouti is already belonging to China. I mean, really, what did we do wrong? What did we do wrong not to understand that the land that is supposed to be producing maize, our staples, things that you can just wake up in the morning and know you can go and have millet and have it as porridge, get your chicken to produce egg, have an amazing omelette, be able to have your vegetables produced for you and take the rest to the market, but we'd rather continue to import tomatoes from Burkina Faso and onions and reach a point like when COVID happened where 1 kg of onions was more expensive than 1 liter of petrol. Who is responsible for this? It's not the American or the European or the Chinese. We are fully responsible for it. The other area that we need to look at, because I know I'm only supposed to have 10 minutes in this, is supply chain. We're talking about the continental free trade. Infrastructure is a key aspect. My friends, only 7% of Ghanaians have access to sanitation, to a toilet. And we're already seeing articles talking about we putting one of the fastest train and, you know, building the other port and that. We're not dealing with the basics. Has anyone calculated what it means to be able to move produce to the Ghana port, then to South Africa, then to Nigeria? If anybody understands how logistics works, it works based on the water draft. So which ship is going to come, with what weight, where is it going to go? So where is the economics of scales? Cancer used to be a disease for the rich, just the way HIV was. You would never have heard of cancer in Africa, and more so in West Africa. West Africans don't smoke. Go to Kolebu, find out how many people read the newspapers every day dying of breast cancer, prostate cancer, something or the other with cancer. Where do you think that is coming from? It's because we continue to be a 90% import-based country. How can we, Africans who are running around in our childhood with chicken, chasing goats, import 3.2 million kgs of meat, which takes 60 days to get here? It gets frosted, defrosted on the high seas. By the time it gets to you, there is no freezer that is taking care of it at the port. By the time it goes to Nima and Medina, what do you think you're eating? We just need to ask ourselves of the hard questions in this agri sector. I'm sorry, but it's just painful to sit there and think that we're going to moan and moan and moan, and these are things that we can take into our hands and be able to deal with it. The European Union, again, have approved insects as a base of food. Has anybody in the agri sector seen that as an opportunity? In Uganda, they love picking rain flies. When it rains, Chale, you should see how those kids go for those rain flies. Hardcore protein. Go to Kumasi. I have a friend who's running a project at the Kwame Nkrumah University, doing the same thing. She's now taking insects, producing it, producing shito out of it, producing cookies out of it, producing flour from it. Opportunities. If we're not going to eat it, somebody out there feels they want to become a vegan, there's opportunity. We're sitting and still not looking at all these little things that can be able to be done for us. Now, most importantly, let's just talk about simple things. How many of you eat kofi brokman? That was my favorite dish when I came here. I love I love kofi brokman, man. If there was one thing I would take with me anywhere in the world, it's kofi brokman. For those who don't know, it's the banana you eat on the street. I keep telling people, you know this confusion, oh my God, Africa is dirty and da-da-da. Did you know when you eat the maize on the street or the cassava or the kofi brokman, it's on charcoal. It's taken through heat. There is nothing. During COVID, I ate it because by the time you're putting that thing on fire, every disease you can think of is gone. Okay? Now, let me tell you, did you know that if you go online and look for a patent now called banana tex, it's a patent made for banana fiber leather. Go on your phone. Here we're eating kofi brokman. We throw the damn thing. It blocks our gutter. Nobody's coming to clean it. But somebody somewhere has decided I'm going to take those bananas, I'm going to convert it into leather, and go on your phones, you all have smartphones. Go and check the price of a banana leather jacket from Louis Vuitton. $7,000. Hey, Chale, Kwame, where are you? Can you imagine what we can do? Now go and look for another brand, another patent called Pinatex. Pineapple leather. Go and find out the price of a pineapple leather jacket by Gucci. 9,000 euros. Hey, Musa. I don't even think I see that kind of money in a year. Do you see what I'm trying to say? That the opportunities are there. And I'm trying to link this back to understanding global trends, because global trends have an impact. The whole world needs food, the whole world needs medicines, the whole world needs shelter. So you can never go wrong in these three areas. And now with connectivity, and my sister Rashida is going to come and tell you, we're going to be getting into an even more dangerous world with artificial intelligence. You know? Our challenge on the continent, and especially in Ghana, Amma and I work on a project in Volta. And it's sad that we're trying to put up a farm school and how the youth do not want to be a part of it. Why? Because agriculture is not sexy. They don't find it sexy. They feel, why should I get my hands dirty? I will continue to remain poor. But guess what? Everybody needs food on their table, and the only person that can provide that is the farmer. So what we need to do is merge technology, which is what the youth understand, and bring in the agric part of it and let them use technology to modernize agriculture and be able to do creative things that gives them the opportunity to take us forward. We can't continue to remain a country where 2 hectares is the size of the farmland of a farmer. A government employee can go to work at 8 in the morning, leave at 5 in the evening, and read the newspaper from 8 to 11 and still get paid a salary. The farmer has no guarantee of an income at the end of the day, because chances are he didn't have a truck to take his goods to the market, or it rained, or there was post-harvest losses, and he's not able to feed himself and his family. This is where I say shame on us. And we need to have these hard questions. We need to have these hard conversations. The answers are there. That's why I said I don't want to stand in front of you and talk to you about the percentages of everything. So what? So what? How does it help you to know how much we've imported? How does it help you if we say the agri sector is employing this kind of people? What we need to understand is that the opportunity for anything is in agric. Today, if we look at the oil palm industry, I don't know how many of you are aware that everything that you consume, from your toothpaste to your shampoo, to your soap, to your lipstick, to your margarine, to your pharmaceutical, is all made from oil palm. Nothing goes to waste in oil palm. Yet, today Ghana imports 480,000 tons of oil palm for a market that only needs 260,000 tons. And yet the first tree of oil palm was in West Africa, but we took it and we went and gave it to Malaysia and Indonesia, who became the world's largest exporter. So my friends, this is my plea. Let's change the narrative. Let's start showcasing successful agric projects that are happening on this continent. There is so much that is happening. I need us to move away from the negativity mode and look at the potential that exists. We can be the cure for the world. 3 tablespoons of just red oil palm has been showcased to bring CD4 counts of HIV patients to the highest level. We need to think differently. We need to do things differently. There's fish leather, there's coconut leather, there is pineapple leather, there's banana leather. I mean, there's just so much that we can do. But we need to move away from this aspect of fear. We need to move away from this African mindset that we have, that why are you doing better and I'm not? We need to move into collaboration. And going back to my analogy, it is time we recognize that we are the lions of the jungle. We need to get into beast mode. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fatima. So much to chew on and so many decisions to make, either from the financing side or from the innovation side, to be able to kickstart what we haven't done in so many years as a country. Fatima, I'd like to just give you some extra information, and we got talking about that yesterday. We run an organization that currently has close to 1,800 female-led businesses across 36 African countries. And I can tell you that from the pharmaceutical to agric sector, all these women are doing about 90% from these two sectors only. One of their biggest challenges is that they are doing the production, but quite a lot of them are doing the same thing. So innovation is a challenge, and quite a number of them have challenges with access to market. So that is another area which has to be dealt with. So yes, people are doing interesting things. Currently, I see honey being put in a sachet like the margarine, and then you can push and have a bit of honey and not buy the whole thing if you cannot afford it. And I find that quite innovative. So we need to put really our thinking caps on when it comes to areas of innovation. And of course, agriculture could be safe if we're actually doing the last leg of things in relation to processing, then that is guaranteed. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are receiving some messages that we have challenges with our online, the sound. And so we will quickly do some, we asked you to share with us your business cards. And so we will shuffle it and then give you a gift. And then we will open the floor for questions. I mean, Fatima is here to answer any questions. She does fantastic on AGI as well. And so I'm sure she'll be open to have some questions come through whilst that particular problem is solved, because people are sending messages to say, oh, Delia, this is something we should all be enjoying online. And so we want to be able to use the opportunity to resolve the challenge. Yes. So have you found someone, or can we get somebody come to choose? Yeah. And I hope it's not anybody from your company. Great. All right, so we have Stella Dosu, and she comes from Therasis Clinic. Sarah, are you here? Can you just give us a wave? Okay, so today you're going to be going away with about 6 bottles of Lucozade to energize you whilst you drive back from here. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So Fatima, one of the things that beats my imagination as a journalist, a practicing journalist, has always been that how did we as a country get to cocoa syndicated loans? When cocoa is here, you go sell it, you pick the money, you come back to your country. And for us as a nation, we have come thus far, sold cocoa bags and tons to various countries. What haven't we gotten right for which we have to start work from today? Injero got some good money from VC to support the agric sector. I think that was about 20 million Ghana cedis, is what I read recently. And it's supposed to support the SME sector. Is that going to be the game changer?
Sorry. So first and foremost, it's very interesting that you brought up about the SMEs, and this is something that, Scale Up Africa and myself tend to talk about a lot. First and foremost, I want to bring it to, before I answer the question on the cocoa front, the continental free trade is not for everyone. The continental free trade is actually for the big boys, the big companies, and this is what I keep saying. Because you have to have an export license, you have to be able to have the capital to be able to do that. But while we say that, the actual feeders to those companies are the SMEs. My problem is big companies don't know about the continental free trade. And if they don't know what the continental free trade is all about, how do we expect the SMEs to know anything about it? So I feel, again, this is an area where media can play a big role in terms of educating and getting people to understand. If tomorrow one of the shoe companies in Ghana, who's producing 2,000 pairs of shoes in a day, is given an order out of Ethiopia for 50,000 pairs of shoes, it's very easy to get SMEs who are currently producing to feed, because 50,000 means even if you're taking 30 SMEs, they're not going to get a license when they go to the AFTEC office. So they are able to plug in, get paid by the source, and we create an opportunity. The continental free trade is also just a very nice name. We've already been trading. My God, if you go to the borders, we've already been doing continental free trade. So we've just taken it and labeled it, and put it there. But I think it's the biggest opportunity we have. And we have a lot of people who are out there as naysayers waiting for us to fail. Now, going to cocoa, the question was, how did we get ourselves into that? See, the mic doesn't want me to say this. I just think it's poor financial management. Okay? That's just it. We have not managed it well. You can't be saying, and that's why I'm saying today cocoa farmers, I don't know how many are aware of this, are actually moving away from cocoa farming and giving their lands to people to do galamsey. And currently, some countries in the European Union have also raised concerns of some of the cocoa that is going to them that contains mercury. So we're already creating our problems for ourselves even before it gets to us. So it's purely, if we just look at the figure, I'm not a mathematician. I failed in school in maths very badly. But if I just went on the assumption that we're talking about 3 billion, from IMF, I think the cocoa farmers are owed 2.2 or 2.8 billion. So what does that say? I leave the rest to you.
Thank you very much. Jennifer, do you have anybody picking another one? Can we pick one more before the next questions? Please give it to someone to pick. So Lucozade is one of our sponsors, and they are doing us the honors of giving us some Lucozade to energize you all. Thank you very much, Lucozade. So what did you choose? Whose name did you pick? Mr. John Adama, you're lucky. You have 6. Oh, do you need it? Ghana Commercial Bank. Yes, you still deserve it. It's your name that was chosen. Thank you, Dama. It's open, and if there are any questions relating to the agric sector, even though we're not done with the agric sector because we're hearing a presentation from Njaro on agric financing pretty soon. Any questions, please? Any questions? Anybody wants to ask a question? Okay, please, can you give the microphone to the gentleman way back there? Okay.
All right. Good morning.
Morning.
I hope everybody can hear me. My name is Nana Achina Brentu from the Accra Compost and Recycling Plant. Madam Fatima, thank you so much for such a wonderful insight. My concern is the issues of attacks, i.e. the Boko Haram and its operations in Burkina, which is heading towards Niger and other sites. Now the major concern is the attack on trailers transporting goods from in and out of Burkina to Ghana and to other areas. It is becoming an issue that I'm sure the whole world must see to it before we can even promote more of these after issues. Now, who is willing to bear the risk of transporting goods to such country? And it's a transit point to other neighboring countries as well. How do we manage such issue now that it's even rising? I'm sure Nigeria didn't do well in managing this when it started. Now it is spreading and it's getting worse. It's not going to affect only Ghana, but how do we come together as Africa in general when we have issues like this and we want to promote after and other services? Thank you very much.
Fatima, you want to make quick comments? Yes.
Great. Thank you very much for that question. It goes back to the part that I talked about. Have we looked at the logistics and the infrastructure? Because that is one of the biggest challenges. And we should have actually learned, even before, in terms of the attacks and Boko Haram or whatever else, Nigeria shut the borders to Ghana, okay? And it was all because of tramadol. I don't know how many of you know that there were still issues, and even people like Casapreco had to shut down operations. Innisfly had to shut down operations because they were not able to move goods from Ghana to Nigeria. And I think the case still remains. And the reason was because of tramadol, which was being used as a drug by people in Nigeria. So they felt, there was just too much of the border lucidity and things passing by. Even then, knowing these were Ghanaian companies that were suffering, they had to shut down operations and not be able to move because one country has decided they're not allowing entry of anything from the other country, should be the answer that tells you we're not united. We don't have a strength as leaders, because by now we should be able to say that, listen, we cannot allow this because it's against the WTO requirement to say that trade cannot happen between two borders. Right now we need to understand, and we all know this, there is national policies, there is regional policies, and then there's the continental front. So AFTAC is only coming in to ride on what already exists. So what we need to do is to cement that. Unfortunately, and I say it with all due respect, if you compare what's happening in East Africa, I mean, that's where I come from, and the strength and the power the community has in terms of the business community and the industries, they are more powerful and have a say in what government is able to do. Unfortunately, that is not the case in West Africa. And businesses and trade have not been able to have so much of a say to say that, I mean, you see media, you see companies, I'm not going to mention some of those company names, that have said we're going to be shutting down because of X, Y, Z. This has not been favorable, imports on this and that. And despite going to the media You have not seen government or an official come in and say, we're going to deal with this. We're talking about a situation of shutting businesses and people losing their jobs. It goes back to the lion thing. We need to be able to get up as leaders of nations and in the positions that we're in to say enough is enough. We need to collaborate. We need to understand that at the end of the day, we are detrimental to our own growth. We are the ones that are responsible for goods not being able to move from one place to the other. And this is why I'm saying logistics is only one front. When Africans start moving from one country to the other. I mean, today, Kenya, my president announced no more visas for anyone coming out of any of the African countries. What does that mean? Clearly, it means you're taking the bull by the horns and saying, we're going to stand up and we're going to do what needs to be done. So you're going to find people moving in there. Rwanda is already doing that. So we're going to have to understand this Africanization is not a dream, it's happening. It's just that we now need to be able to come together as leaders. And I can tell you for a fact, there is change happening. I am seeing African leaders now beginning to start speaking their truth. And this has been very evident at the African Union meeting that took place last week. So yes, it is a challenge. Yes, somebody needs to take it up, whether it is the Logistics Association or whoever else. We need to deal with this. And like you've rightly said, the other things are all flowery. These are the bigger issues that we need to deal with in terms of how we're going to be able to trade across the continent.
Thank you very much. I think we're good to go now, and we will go to the next speaker. In recent times, researching on the VC space and taking a look at even how many women, for example, can have access to venture capital funding, and globally, it's pittance in relation to how much money goes to women, for example, just about 2.4 across the globe, and in Africa is just about 0.5%. And so when I hear about organizations like Ingero and what they are doing and how they are meant to support especially some sectors that ideally traditional banking would not like to support, I'm excited. And so, ladies and gentlemen, would like to be inviting in a few seconds Jerry Pax, who is passionate about building multi-generational African businesses and achieving job-based economic growth in Africa. Under his leadership at Ingero, he has built a reputation as one of the leading agribusiness private capital investors in Africa. The firm has secured mandate to manage Ingero Agricultural Capital Holdings Limited, a $50 million fund to serve as investment advisor to Agribusiness Capital Fund, and a $200 million fund to manage the Ingero Ghana Venture Capital Fund. Okay, so that's it. So with a clap offering, let us welcome the money man who will tell us where the money is, Jerry Pax.
GASM, with over 50 years of experience, has various grades for various jobs. The GASM Extra 42.5N is suitable for ultra-high strength structural application like bridges, dams, and high-rise buildings. The GASM Super Strong 42.5R was made for high structural applications like precast concrete and block manufacturing. The GASM Super Rapid 32.5R is here for normal building foundations like strip foundation and other ordinary concrete works. The GASM Super Cool 32.5N is best for all block laying, tiling, and other mortar works. Never believe that one grade of cement can be used for all jobs. Choose GASM cement always. GASM, 4 cement grades, excellent customer value. GASM, the nation builder.
Thank you very much, Odelia. Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. I am very honored to join you today for my very first Ishmael Yamson and Associates Business Roundtable. I know it's the 10th one, but this is my very first one, and thank you for inviting me. Before I go into the presentation, and I'm cognizant that there are several audiences that we need to appeal to, I think it's worth me telling everyone a bit about myself, because hopefully some young people will, pick up on it and try to do what I've done and do it better. I like to describe myself as a UK-born, Ghana-raised citizen of Africa. I grew up here in Ghana in a challenging time in Ghana's history in the 1980s, where we had to survive a famine, amongst other things. It was in this period that I made up my mind that when I grew up, I wanted to be part of the solution, to do something that would make Africa, my homeland, a continent that my children would want to embrace rather than escape from. So since then, everything I've done in my professional life has been to try to get me to the point where I can be part of the solution. In my case, I've decided that helping small businesses find capital that they need to grow would be my way of contributing. And I think it's very important for everybody to pick something that they can work on to create impact, because I like to say I've been inspired by the example of Kwame Nkrumah, who, when he was fighting for independence, he did not know whether he was going to be successful, but he did it anyway. He did not know whether, if he finished, he'd be allowed to, run the country and achieve what he wanted to do, but he did it anyway, because he thought for the opportunity for Ghana, or for the continent of Africa, to gain independence and develop with its own people and prove to the world that the black man can be a good custodian of his own affairs, it was worth doing. So that is pretty much what inspires me as well, and what led me to create Injaro, which is a firm that seeks to provide capital and grow sustainable African businesses. Let me figure out how to control this thing. So where do I point it? Or can the operator control from behind? Thank you. Okay. All right. So today I shall talk to you about how we can leverage agribusiness as a means for wealth creation. And my sister Fatima, in her intervention, almost deliberately decided not to mention the government at all. I, on the contrary, think that we cannot achieve any development at scale without involving government. And I think I'll talk about that later on. Is it this one? Which of the buttons? Okay, I think I've gone too far now. Oh, okay, thank you. So very briefly about Injaro, in 2009, in a partnership. I like to emphasize this because many young people today don't realize that it is actually better to hold arms with someone else on the journey than to start on your own. So it's a partnership between myself and a fellow African and Ivorian that we established in 2009. Over the years, we've been fortunate to be trusted by many investors, first by international investors like the FMO, CDC, the Soros Economic Development Fund to manage capital, and more recently by our own Ghanaian investors after being in business for about 12 years. We currently manage around $100 million of capital across several funds, and we've deployed somewhere between 35 and 40 million of capital in agribusinesses across Africa. Ghana, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, and we've now made some investments in East Africa, Uganda and Kenya as well, and hopefully still growing. We recently made a foray into Cabo Verde, where we are in a joint venture with the government of Cabo Verde to invest in SMEs. So we're trying to do our bit to really become a major player in to SMEs. Now, in terms of the agribusiness opportunity in Ghana, Ghana has over 18 million hectares of arable land. The Volta Lake is a big repository of water that can be used for production. We have enterprising youth who are capable, even if they're not too excited about agriculture, of actually engaging in this sector. And we have a growing population and demand for food. These are all good ingredients for developing or creating wealth via agribusiness. And today I just would like to talk about two main ways of us achieving this. And these are not things that you haven't heard of, but today we're going to talk a bit more about practical ways we can make this happen. First one I'll touch on, value addition. cocoa, shea nuts, right? That's value addition for exports. But we also have value addition for local or Pan-African consumption. You know, through the power of Afrobeats, etc., people love Ghana jollof. Everyone knows what fufu is. When we think about what we can do with our staples in terms of value addition into packaged foods, we need to think first about how we sell it to the evolving Ghanaian housewife who has less time and therefore wants an easy-to-prepare meal and is using things like neat fufu, right? We can produce more such staples, more such packaged foods to help our local economy. But then we, along with our culture, along with our Afrobeats, to other African countries to consume, and then to our own citizens in the diaspora who also want to keep on eating or having a taste of home as well, right? So value addition is going to be one approach. And then the other one, another easy one, is import substitution. You know, we're importing about $2 billion worth of food every year into Ghana. What better proof of the fact that we have a local demand worth $2 billion that someone can plug into? We're sending it out every year, $2 billion every year of food, and there are people over here who are paying for it. So why shouldn't we use local industries and a local value chain to feed into this and make that money? So those are the two big ideas we'll be talking about today. Right, so I think Paul mentioned earlier today, and I have to say, yesterday I was reading the BFT, and on page 2, I noticed that a new organization has been set up, which is the African Association of Poultry Producers, 17 countries. It was set up in Morocco earlier this year. And I think Fatima first mentioned it, importing millions of frozen chicken every year. The numbers I got for 2019 are 308 million tons of broilers imported every year. And the other second example I had is $423 million worth of rice imported in 2019. And I thought it's worth taking us through the value chain for poultry so we can see just how much potential there is for job creation. Fundamentally, broiler is simply maize and soy converted into meat, right? I'm forgetting about all the other micronutrients, etc., but fundamentally that's what it is. A certain number of kilos of maize and soy gets converted into chicken. So by making a decision that we want to localize the broiler sector, this is what we're doing. We're stimulating a seed production sector. Why do we need seeds? Because our maize yields are about a fifth of what they are in the developed world. The reason why they can import chicken cheaper, we can import chicken cheaper, is because our maize is more expensive. So, and we've invested in one company in Ho that does high yielding seeds. We have to invest in seed production locally, right? Both for maize and soy, so we can quadruple or quintuple the yield. Once you've got those high-yielding seeds, then you can actually have more people producing the raw material. And now they're going to be able to do it profitably because surface area, they're going to be able to produce 5 times as much maize, 5 times as much income, probably 5 times as much employment, or maybe not so much. But the farmers will now be making more money. This is creating jobs for the farmer, for the people who are storing the maize, for people who are doing the distribution, and it's even creating employment for our newly created Ghana Commodity Exchange, because some of the maize will be traded over there to get it across to processors. The next phase, feed production. This is where we are converting the maize and soy into nutritious feed for broilers. This is going to create a whole new set of jobs. You're going to need engineers to run those plants, technicians. You're going to need a nutritionist to do the blending and the design of the constituents. You're also going to need people to do marketing. You're going to need people to go out and monitor the farms, the poultry farms, to make sure that the farmers are getting the best output. So you're going to create even more jobs over there. Now, elsewhere within the poultry value chain, you also have other items like the day-old chicks. Everyone knows about day-old chicks. But to produce a day-old chick, you need to produce something called a hatching egg, which is the egg that is put into the incubator. That's a whole different industry. To produce hatching eggs, you need to have a specific breed of male, of cock, and then hens. These two breed. Then they lay the eggs. And then the children that come out of those eggs are the ones that now lay your hatching eggs. We've invested in a business like this in Ivory Coast, which was bought off us by one of the leading poultry producers in the Ivory Coast. And later on, we'll see why this was possible in Ivory Coast, but we couldn't have done this in Ghana. Then downstream, we're going to need abattoirs, where you can kill these chickens, and then you can do some processing, package them very nicely, and then sell them in the shops, and all the other outlets, and hopefully even in our open markets with the right storage conditions, if we have a cold chain in place. So, we did some analysis internally within Njaro, and we reckon that just by localizing or just by eliminating broiler imports, Ghana can create something like 800,000 jobs, because every single step of this value chain, you need people to do the work. And it's not just low-value jobs. You're going to be hiring people from farmers all the way up to research scientists who are going to be churning out new, improved varieties of seeds. Now, I struggle to see how. I'm pretty sure our government knows this, because I'm quite new to agriculture. Before starting in Njaro, the last time I studied agric was in Form 3 in secondary school. And now I've become an agriculture investor, and I know this. We have PhDs in agriculture who have been involved in the Ministry of Agriculture. They know this stuff. So why is this thing not happening? I think I shall not... Okay, let's talk a little bit about the value addition. So let's take the case of cocoa. Someone asked earlier, how do we get to the point where we're getting a syndicated loan for cocoa? It's a question, I'm perplexed by that as well. Everybody knows that our cocoa farmers get something like 6% of the value of a bar of chocolate. 6% of the value of a bar of chocolate. And if we're exporting around $2 billion worth of cocoa, why can't we just set ourselves a very modest ambition of saying, rather than capturing 6%, let's capture 15% of the value of a bar of chocolate? We're not even going to go all the way to making chocolates for export. We're just going to add a bit more value so we have an intermediate product that we require every cocoa processor to export. And in so doing, we could add $3 billion annually to our economy. $3 billion, I think that number rings a bell. $3 billion just from adding additional value to cocoa. And this is where the government can come in and say, okay, from now we're not exporting beans. The only thing we're going to export is cake and butter or something, some other more advanced intermediate product of cocoa. Why aren't we doing this, right? Shea butter. And again, when we're talking about exports, we always have to focus on products for which we have a natural comparative advantage. Cocoa is one of them. Shea butter is another. This is one tree which people have tried to domesticate. They've tried to cultivate in other parts of the world. They've not been able to do it. For some reason, God decided to bless West Africa and some parts of East Africa with this tree, which takes about, I think it takes something like 80 or 90 years to mature. So even if you want to try and domesticate it, we still have a long lead time where we can exploit it before other countries can come up. Shea butter is one of the premium ingredients for a $500 billion global cosmetics industry. We are still exporting of our nuts raw. And when small businesses are trying to raise money to add value locally, they are struggling. So these are all things which, with a concerted effort between the government, the private sector, and the NGOs that are supposed to be helping us, our development partners that are supposed to be helping us, we should be able to figure out something to create some sustainable value addition in these two crops. We're not trying to compete with them on things where they don't have the raw material. These are ones where we have the raw material, and if we say we want to be a more climate-friendly planet or climate-friendly global citizens, we should think about the global or the climate, the green footprint, the carbon footprint benefits of adding more value locally before shipping things out. If I use the example of cashew nuts, today we export all of our cashew nuts to India or Vietnam. Do you know what happens when it goes to India or Vietnam? They throw away 80% of the weight of the product. That's what they mean. That's what happens when you process a cashew nut. You're throwing away 80% and leaving that in India, and then taking the 20%, shipping it from India to Europe or North America. Then it gets packaged in those lovely plastic bags, and some of it, guess what, gets exported right back into Ghana. And the same people who are buying this product in Europe are saying that they care about the carbon footprint of the food we eat. Food for thought. Right, so now let's talk about locally consumed stable foods. This is one opportunity that we really seem to be missing, right? I remember when I was a kid, we used to have a product called maize break. Does anyone remember what maize break is? This was, yes, I'm showing my age. Yes, recently crossed a certain milestone. Yes, but I am showing my age. Maize break. But I mean, in America, etc., they're eating cornflakes. That's what they decided to make with their maize. We used to make maize break. I don't know what happened to maize break. Let us be confident in developing our own food products and promoting them so that we can eat those things as our own alternatives. Whether it's Hausa cocoa that we package in a way that is more palatable and you can find easily on shelves in restaurants, shelves in supermarkets. These are the things that we need to do. Plantain. I mean, plantain chips, one of the most popular snacks in Ghana, and also outside in the rest of the world. I am yet to meet a non-African that you give plantain chips to that doesn't love it. But to what extent are we actively adding value to this, both for local consumption and also, dare we say, let's be lions, export it, promote it. As you're selling Wizkid or you're selling Shatawale should be talking about plantain chips and how they're great. So that all those people bopping their heads to Afrobeats are also, eating some Afro food, right? And helping us make some money. I think we just need to be more aggressive in the way we think about these things. I just want to go back and talk about the chicken again, because some people might say, yes, this is some highfalutin idea from some guy who doesn't really know anything. But when it comes to the localization of the poultry sector, it has been done. I'm not suggesting anything new. All I'm saying is let's go and copy our cousins next door in Cote d'Ivoire. Because when it comes down to it, transformation only happens with a plan. And the type of plan we need for wealth creation has to be focused on this goal of achieving a structured, productivity-led ecosystem that links all the parties in the value chain to markets. When we started this discussion, I spoke about $2 billion of imported food. That is a market, right? So you know that there's $2 billion worth of purchasing power. Now we just need to work backwards. What is a price point we should be targeting? Who are the actors that we need to produce all the inputs to make that final product? How do we make each one of those actors more efficient so that we can meet that? And this is exactly what the Ivorian government did back in 2005, where the government of Ivory Coast sat down with the Association of Poultry Producers and said, right, we're signing a contract. We, the government, are going to ban the importation of poultry products or apply import taxes, and the proceeds of those taxes will be used to support you, the poultry production sector. But what you have to do in return is you have to commit annually to reduce the price. Commit annually to reducing the production price of chicken. So I want to see the price of locally produced chicken falling every year. Otherwise, I'll lift the protection I'll lift the import bans and I'll let the imports back in again. Private sector says, fine, we're up for this challenge, right? And what happened? Within 4 years, they saw a 2 times increase in the production, in the output of chicken. In the first 6 years, 39,000 jobs were created. And when we look at the decrease in the amount of imports between 2005 and 2015, 93% reduction in imports, right? 93% reduction in imports. People, I don't know what the number is. If it's 400 million of imports right now, we're going all the way down to less than $100 million of imports, if you do what they did. But look, that took about 10 years. And just an aside, like I mentioned, our fund invests across... Hello? Test. Okay. Our fund invests across several African countries, so we have the luxury of comparing the feasibility of a business plan in Ghana versus Ivory Coast versus Mali versus Burkina Faso. And when people ask me, I always say, I would rather invest in poultry in Ivory Coast than invest in poultry in Ghana, because at least in the Ivory Coast, a local business has a real chance of winning, of being profitable. Whereas in Ghana, the struggle is incredibly, incredibly tough. And this is because in Ghana, we have not done what the Ivorians have. So anyway, we saw we've got the goal in mind. We've seen what the Ivorians achieved. But I started to think about what are the elements of the secret sauce, or not so secret sauce, that made them successful. The first thing is, it was market-led, right? They sat down, they saw that they were importing a certain amount of poultry into the country, which was costing them a certain amount of money. So they said, this is a market that we want to localize. The second thing they did is they set commercial objectives. And I think this is really, really critical, because it is very, very rare that you hear our government launching a plan or being involved in a plan where they're talking about some real commercial milestones, some real commercial targets. In the case of the Ivory Coast, they said, we want to see the price of broilers reducing by a certain percentage every year, or else all the good stuff we're doing for you ends. Third point, you need the government to be supportive. And when I talk about the government here, I do not mean one government. It should not be NDC supports it, when MPP comes, they pull back support, or MPP supports it, NDC comes and they say, we need all of our governments to support this. Now, and the fourth point is that it needs to be centrally designed and coordinated. Because you've got several actors in the value chain, and you do need someone who will act as the arbiter if there's any conflict, and who's also making sure that everybody in the value chain is being treated fairly and has a chance to make a profit. And sometimes you're going to find that certain parts of the value chain need to be subsidized for longer. So it is only when you have that central coordination, someone can have the oversight of all the elements in the value chain, that we can make sure that the whole engine works together. One thing that the Ivorians did that I forgot to mention is, when they took these, when they applied these import levies on broilers, they used that money to create tailored financing solutions for actors in the value chain. One of the things they created was a guarantee scheme, which was used to support SME producers. And then the second thing they used the money for was to actually finance small businesses also within the poultry sector, right? So this world relies on money to move. So once you've done the design, it is very, very important to have these tailored financing solutions. Here in Ghana, I think we have one of these elements. We've got Gersal, which is already operational. And there are things that can be done to enhance Gersal and support other financial institutions to provide support along the value chain. And the sixth element that I noticed is the periodic convening of all the actors in the value chain to actually review the results. How are we doing against the milestones? What are the problems that need to be resolved? Where do we need to apply more effort to make sure that we're getting to the final solution? And mutual accountability. And mutual over here means the government can crack the whip on the private sector if it isn't performing, but it also has to be vice versa, where the private sector can say to the government, you were supposed to do X, Y, and Z. The policy was there, but there was no implementation. Why? Right? And not get accused of not supporting the party in power simply because you criticize something which, if it works well, is for the benefit of everybody. I think we really need to start being able to separate messengers from messages, even if those messages are critical. We really need to be able to do this more as a country if we want to progress. So, the critical success factors, planning. When I talk about coordination in the agriculture sector, I can tell you that there are a number of different NGOs we have in this country with different projects. 2-year project, a 3-year project, bringing money in to come and chip at different parts of different problems and not really achieving anything concrete is just incredible, And when I talk about coordination over here, I think there's a lost opportunity where the government, in partnership with the private sector, can say to all these development partners, fine if you want to come and do your project in the country, but I want 20% of the money to go into this pot, which I'm using for these focus areas, one of which is localizing broiler production. Why can't we do that? I think Rwanda does this quite well. Why can't our government also be bold and say, we have this objective, we're not letting you just come and do any random program. You have to contribute to this thing, which is actually driving national growth. So that planning and coordination is very, very important. And the KPIs, commercially driven KPIs, productivity-driven KPIs have to be defined from the onset. And we should not have a case of any government being able to set its own marking scheme. Independently designed and defined KPIs that everybody has to be held accountable to. That is the way we make it happen. Second point, persistence. This is very important because when you look at the Ivorian example, they started in 2005, but it took a whole 10 years for them to see that 90% reduction in imports. And that means, if that were in Ghana, it would go through at least 2 or maybe 2.5 different presidential regimes. So I think politicians will not like me for this. Politicians sometimes need to not be so personal about who takes credit for the development in some cases, because this is what prevents them from putting in place any plan for development that goes more than 4 years. Everybody wants to do something where they'll see rapid results, they get re-elected, and then they can come back to, 4 more to do more, as they like to say. But sometimes the plan you need has to be a plan that spans a longer period of time. Otherwise, you're not really going to achieve anything meaningful. So we really need to be looking at longer term plans and independent bodies that can actually coordinate and drive these plans. I think that's enough on the persistence point. And then focus. And this, I think, is very important because I think we operate in a country where the efficiency or the ability of government to implement projects successfully, and I'm not talking about any particular party. I like to be able to work with all governments, so I don't want to criticize any particular government. For me, it's Ghana first. That's my philosophy. It's come, and because they, from a political standpoint, want to satisfy so many different constituencies, when they come into agriculture, they'll say we're focusing on focus. So the word is focus. Then they'll list about 12 different things that are the focus. How can you focus on 12 different things with limited resources and limited capacity to implement? I really think that all governments should sit down and say, look, for the next 15 years, these are our top 2 or 3 priority areas. We're not saying we'll completely ignore the other ones, but 80% of our money or our resources, human and financial, are going to go into these 2 or 3 sectors. I think localizing the broiler sector should be one of them. As for the other 2, it is up to the government to decide. But the potential the jobs you can create from localizing the broiler sector are so significant that I don't think it should be ignored, right? So focus, and let focus be real focus. So I think coming to the end, having a dynamic agribusiness sector is unavoidable if you really want to create wealth in Ghana, because a large proportion of our population is involved in it. But we cannot forget that to achieve this, we need to be focusing on market-led, productivity-driven strategies, which are backed by long-term government, I say long-term multi-government support. Now, reiterate again, it's very important that we focus on 2 or 3 areas and really direct our resources on making those things work, right? We really need to do this. And then finally, reiterating again the importance of being very long-term in our planning, in our execution, and our tracking of results. So I think with that, I'll stop and say thank you for listening, and open to hearing any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's been an amazing value chain, import substitution, seed production, taking a look at the chicks market and looking at the abattoir as well, and saying that we need to have a focus as a country if we really want to strike it in a particular space and really make it. About 3 years ago, I interviewed the Vice Chancellor for the University of Kigali. And so I asked him that in AFTA, what is Rwanda taking to the market? And he said it simply, and it's something that is on the street. Everybody in Rwanda knows that they're taking service, because there are people who don't have land, and for them currently what they can really take to the market is service. And so their focus is on the service sector. But every time I say we have a lot as a country, and so sometimes all the ideas really get scattered. I'd like us to stay focused still on the agri sector and ask a few more questions before we come to the arts and culture and tourism conversation, so that we don't get it mixed up. Yeah. So I'm open. Yeah.
Hello. Okay, so interesting conversation that we're having about agriculture. But I just want to, it's not a question, but to point out something. I think we are always putting research, and I mean scientific research, on the back burner of agriculture. And that is not going to work for the agriculture sector. I'm a research scientist. And I think every time we have these conversations, we fail to see the import and the impact of science. It's always R&D. It's always mentioned as a little aspect of whatever that we are doing. The focus of agriculture is a product. That product is developed through scientific research. If we are talking about climate resilience, we're talking about high yielding, we're talking about nutrition. It all comes down to the research scientists in the research institutions, in the universities. I saw the plan, I saw NGOs, I saw government, I did not see research institutions. Private sector is not engaging enough with research institutions. The work we do as research scientists is donor-driven. It means that the needs, yes, the donor has their needs, they have their objectives, and they will meet it on a broader perspective. But Ghana, we have our challenges. And to drive it, we need to partner with the research institutions. Private sector needs to come to the universities. We need to talk. Maybe we are not given, and I know the challenge is that sometimes when we speak science, it's like, oh, what's the importance, the impact? We don't really see it. It's in the shelves in our labs, and in our libraries, and in our journals. But private sector needs to come down to the research institutions and sit down and talk. This is our goal. What can we do? Yes, we talked about seed production, but the seed production is driven by the variety that is released. So if you have a bad variety released, essentially you have a seed, but when you plant it, it doesn't give you what you want. You have improved your seed sector, but have you improved the variety that is released? Have you invested? Have you sat down with the research and say, this is what I want. Can you deliver? This is how much I am investing, and we will deliver. So all I'm trying to say is that we have had these conversations about agriculture, not once, not twice. But we still keep putting it as R&D, and we keep putting the scientific community as we are like at the bottom of everything. But we are actually the driving force. Any country that does not invest in research, whether it's economy, science, we are not going anywhere because there is no linkage. We are thinking, oh, this makes sense, let's do it. But how are we engaging our scientists, our researchers who have the PhDs, who have studied enough? So let's bring that to the forefront. When we talk about agriculture, let's bring that to the forefront.
I couldn't agree with you more that scientific research is at the foundation of any agricultural strategy. Indeed, my fund has invested in a seed production company which relied on foundation seed coming from CSIR. And we can have a conversation afterwards about the experience over there. But needless to say, we got to a point where the seed company, which was only supposed to be providing, the final seed that was going to be used, ended up having to breed parental lines itself because the parental lines they're getting from or they had to order it from IITA because what they're getting from a local research was not of a uniform and high quality. But all this goes back to the same point that I'm making. If you have some central coordination, which is driven by the market, ultimately that seed production company will find a way to find a scientist Even if they can't rely on CSIR, they're going to look for you and say, Madam, please come and work with me in my seed production company, do the research for me so I can get a competitive advantage. But that being said, I also have to say that our research institutions probably also need to do a bit more of outreach, of marketing. Do a once a year conference and invite all sorts of small businesses to come and see all the great technologies, because I know that there's a lot of great stuff sitting on your shelves, but you're not marketing it enough, and also a lot of it is not industry oriented enough. As a former engineer, I know as scientists, we have a tendency to research things because it is elegant or it is stimulating scientifically, not necessarily thinking about, well, instead of having 8 features, well, the market only cares about these 3 features. So let's focus on these 3 and sell. Scientists don't always think like that, so we need that closer linkage to make it all work better.
Fatima, you want to say anything?
Yeah, I love the passion that you presented, but let's also be honest, and I don't want to just take the last part of what you say. We work very closely with CSIR in our part of the AGI, and we work very closely with you. But to date, I've been here, I'm saying 30 years, I haven't seen the CSIR or any scientist come up in the media and say that, we have this offering for cassava, or we can actually use this particular grade right now, take into account we have El Nino, or we have a big issue because of sour losses. It's a two-way street, right? And mainly for the corporates in Ghana, majority are multinationals, and you do know that they all have also their internal policies and budgets and everything else that they want to work with. I know for a fact, Guinness Ghana, for example, had made an intentional policy where they say that they were import dependent. 8% of everything that went into producing anything out of Guinness Ghana was imported. Today it's the reverse. 80% of whatever Guinness Ghana is using is from the local market. So definitely they did do their own trials, to be able to see whether you say the variety is work for them that. So my question, I would actually go back to the scientist, because we actually face with a lot of issues every day. Fertilizer is one of the biggest challenges. We know that Ghana didn't even have fertilizer, I think it was 2 or 3 months ago, we had no fertilizer. The world right now, especially Africa, has a shortage of fertilizer because of what's happening with the Russia-Ukraine war. What have the scientists done? What have you been able to come in and say, you know what, we should be able to use cow dung or whatever else, because fertilizer is a new phenomenon. We have been able to have other best practices that are still being done by our farmers in the villages without the need of fertilizer. So has, I don't want to name the institutes, but have any of the science institutes come up with solutions to this? So what I'm saying is it's okay to, and I am with you, and I can say we really support the fact that it should be on the forefront, it should be the first thing to speak about. But it takes two to tango. So I would put the onus and the task on the scientists to say, these are our Ghanaian problems, these are our own African problems, and these are the solutions that we have to these existing. And that's something I'm saying, because science is proof of concept. We need people who come out with things out of the air. You have proof of concept. So I believe if you did walk into any organization today, to the players and say that. And very quick, just for to add on to what we talked about, in terms of the poultry farm, the poultry situation, just an update for everybody on the poultry sector is I expect the master plan for the poultry industry, and the reason is, again, we continue to say, and that's the reason I don't government, because there's so much they can do or want to do. So private sector is driving this, and we have brought in all the players in terms of soya bean producers, because we continue to be dependent on the mindset that if there is no maize, that there's no poultry, yet soya bean is going to waste, we're not consuming it. A lot of it is going into the oil paint industry to produce oil.
So what can we do to now bring in other kinds of crops and foods that can feed the world? So what we are working on now is not wait for the government to come and give us solutions. We as the private sector have decided to take this, create a master plan, make it self-regulated, and then go and give it to the minister and say, here we are, make whatever we are trying to be more proactive rather than sitting and waiting for government to do things.
Any more questions?
You know, I want to chip in here about what the scientists do. And I have one company example, Asante. Asante is a science and R&D company. And what makes them a global success is not that they have understood how to take the science and turn it into a brand that generates massive profits. In our context, our scientists want to remain pure. So I've interacted, for example, with CSIR, where promotions are by scientific work produced. Promotions are not linked to the commercialization of scientific work. So there's a problem. And yet, if you go to India, there's also CSIR in India. Guess what? Every problem they solve, they own 7% of it forever. Not the Achimota forest forever. They own 7% of it forever. So whether India goes to space, whatever they solve, and I think our scientists now need to also develop those commercial skills and turn the institutes also into companies and let the science be an important part, but not everything that you do. I work for Juliet. The scientists producing tomatoes, we are the biggest tomato company in the world. The scientists are paid more than the marketing people. And the budget for science and R&D is bigger than the marketing budget. So, all I'm saying is that don't bemoan. I think we just need to rethink the paradigm in which we have placed the work we do around science, research, and development.
Hello. Hello. It's the time of the youth. It's quite interesting. This last week, I was engaged in a discussion, and I'm glad that the experts are really thinking that way. Max, thanks. I'm sorry I missed most of yours. If you get Sunday from this like other engagements in the morning, you've been stretching before coming. But there are two things I want to say. I think absolutely we missed a very big opportunity in our planting for food and jobs, thinking that we can do everything. I personally believe that in Ghana, we don't have to think about planting cocoyam, yams. Fortunately, yam, you know that the same home is where they plant the yam every year. All that we need is water, and we get it. So, but then we miss the boat by not focusing. There are only 3 crops. These are the maize, rice, and soya. Why don't we get these things done cheaply? Immediately we have our meat. Saying, because once you have this, you have, and the good things about that is that we have also a comparative advantage. The type of rice, especially in the northern regions, we can be within 2 years self-sufficient in this and that partnership, and we missed it. And then on the other side, I definitely cocoa, cashew nuts, and shea butter value chain. And this country within 5 years, because we would then have a lot of dependent value chain system. So I agree with you. Then comes the second one. That's why I stood up as Ishmael and Associates. Interestingly, and if you don't take it up, I was talking with my assistant that some of us, poor as we are, will establish a national development forum which will meet at the British Council, not because we love the British, but because of the centrality. Or we must find not a British one, but is that the kind of place which is cheap enough around the British Council, because I know that you can have it for 2 hours for 3,000. So find me something cheaper, Ghanaian. But we must start putting this into the media, into the development thinking, so that those guys, the two tribes, NPP and NDC, they are so crazy. They will come up with their manifesto and they say that we are elected on our manifesto, and then everything can go. We must force some agenda between now and the end of next year that this will be achieved, the focus. And I think that we must create a monthly development forum and start putting these ideas so that we will create a demand for it from the populace. Other than that, these two tribes, all that they want is access to government power, and that gives them, no matter how broke the country is, they have sufficient to live well by rough or good means. So the two things I want to say is that the idea of focusing is so important. Of course, as a development economist, planning long-term and other things. But once you focus, you will soon get them there. But we must find a way of bailing the cat in Ghana. And that must be our strategy. I may leave a bit earlier, but I believe that if we focus on agric and tourism, it has been done. We are not reinventing the wheel. In fact, the World Bank did the studies about 15 years ago that Ghana, focusing on agric, focusing on tourism, and then small-scale industry, but one based upon value addition. Other things will be complementary. Thank you so much for this and contribution. But you give me your card, knowing that you have money. I'll visit you because we must chop something before we die.
Thank you so much for your contributions and indeed your questions. We will move on to the next discussion by talking about arts, culture, and tourism. And I want to pull up great. So our next discussion is going to be done by one actress that I have stood back and watched and seen transform over the years. And if this were to be a Q&A panel discussion, my first question was going to be, how do we multiply the Juliet Asantes within the arts and culture and indeed acting space? Your transformation from an actress to now a global icon. I was telling somebody that if somebody is coming to this country to come and talk about arts and culture and they didn't get to speak with you, they may have missed a big puzzle in the whole discussion. I'm excited to see you today, and the floor is all yours to make your presentation.
At Mantrac, we've always strived to be our customers' trusted partner, to ensure their enduring success and to deliver consistent expert support. We've shifted the way we do business so we can better serve our customers anywhere, anytime. We've gone digital. Our new customer portal, Mantrac Direct, provides payment gateways, fleet information, and much more, all with a simple click, providing all Mantrac cart info in one easy interface. We're also offering ship-to-me parts options, delivering all the maintenance items you need to keep operations running on site and at the office. This means less time spent in branch and more uptime out in the field. And with our counter staff also going virtual, you have access to our service and support when you need it most. Plus, you can communicate with us on your terms across our social media channels, including Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, and web, with 24-hour hotline available in most territories. We are committed to delivering value and will continue to find innovative ways to ensure our customers are productive and profitable, which is why we have diversified our product portfolio. You now have more to choose from to meet your product deadlines and budgets. Plus, we've given you more control over your servicing costs with new flexible payment options as part of our customizable customer value agreements. And to make sure we are providing all the latest from the world of Caterpillar, we'll continue to provide a range of new videos, webinars, and features to ensure you stay connected to the latest and greatest we have to offer. We will continue to be a dealer you can depend on, providing superior service and expertise, and working with you to build a better tomorrow. This is our new future.
Thank you so much. It's so long since I was described as an actress, and it brought back so many memories. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As already stated, my name is Juliet Asante. I'm the CEO of the Film Authority of Ghana, and it's an authority that was set up barely 3 years ago. And I'd love to delve into the meat of what we are doing, but I just want to take a step back before I start and plug into some of the numbers that were mentioned. First of all, it is interesting that the creative space is part of the conversation today, because for a very long time when we were talking about opportunities for creating wealth and growth and all of those things, and in fact speaking the business language, the creative space wasn't very counted. And there are many reasons for that, but that's an anomaly that hopefully with time we are changing. And for us, the critical reasons we have to change that very quickly, and then now I will jump into some of the numbers, because in just 7 years, Africa will have 40% global youth population. Now, this is happening whilst the rest of the world is aging. That means that in just a few years, if you meet, even now, if you meet like 3 or 4 people in the world, is very likely, or if you meet 10 people in the world, it's very likely that 4 of them will come from Africa. And then by 2050, those numbers will triple. And so if you look at those numbers, the fact that the world is going to have, Africa is going to have 40% of the global youth population, and then you look at the fact that also in just a few years, the population on the continent will be bigger than, some say Asia and wherever combined, India, China and India combined, then the question becomes, with so many young people, how do we create jobs? How do we create wealth? Because, to be young is a positive. We can do so much with it. And if you listen to what many of the speakers said, many of these industries, rely on young population. However, if you have a young population that isn't employed, that also becomes a problem. And yet, the UNESCO report, going back to data and the relevance of data, the UNESCO released a report in 2021, and that has made so much difference in the space of conversation. The creative space, and I always like to say led by film, and the reason why I say that is because I myself, of course, I'm a film practitioner. But at the same time, beyond being a film practitioner, film carries along most of the other creative space, be it costuming, makeup, design, whichever way you speak. Film usually encompasses that. And so I like to lead with film. According to the UNESCO report, the creative space is the largest employer on the continent. And so if you look at the numbers and then you look at the creative space being the largest employer, and even then, as we sit now, the sector, again led by film, attracts 5 billion into Africa and employs 5 million. But the potential is actually 20. So we have a potential to create 20 billion jobs and create 20 million jobs. The question that may follow after that is, what is the role of Africa, or what's the share of Ghana in those numbers? And so if you look at the fact that we need to create so many jobs, and this sector already creates the largest jobs opportunities on the continent, then it's almost a no-brainer that one will ask, why are we not focusing on the creative sector so much? Also, barrier to entry is low. Extremely low. And in fact, during the pandemic, this was one of the most resilient sectors globally. And so after the pandemic, a lot of economies are looking to the creative space to revamp their economies. Are we doing that? In fact, in the US, average income during the pandemic in the sector was higher than all incomes by over 45%. That tells you the resilience. And this was even more than the oil and gas and communications sector. Our neighbors right here, if you take Nigeria, now in Nigeria, the creative space again, but this time even more narrowly focused on film, is the third largest employer following oil, I think after oil and something, but it's the third largest employer in Nigeria. And so the creative space really, if you look at all the dynamics that characterize it. Thank you. I want to see if this is working. Yes, it is. So now that I've given you some of the numbers, I'm going to delve into the meat of my presentation. Now, I gave those numbers just to frame what I'm going to say, but in the actual conversation, I might move away from that a bit because data is critical, but we are here to talk about wealth creation and why the creative space is critical to wealth creation. Now, when I mentioned 40% of the global youth population will come from Africa, this is, if you ask me, this is how the face of Africa in a few years. You would have 70% youth population. In fact, in Ghana now, the median age is around 21. And in many African countries, it's between 18 and 22. And so one can say that the majority of people are either young people or female. Females also make 50% of our populations. Now, I make the comment that the future is bright for one reason, and I've already stated that because obviously if you have a lot of young people and you put them to work, then the future is bright. Now, again, moving into some numbers that may also be interesting to you, is that by the end of the century, Africa will be the only continent experiencing population growth. Now, you can give the reasons to so many factors, but that notwithstanding, let's just stay with that fact. It is projected that every 4 people you meet on the planet is from Africa. 13 of the world's largest, biggest urban areas will be in Africa. African cities outpace the rest of the world's cities in growth. Now, someone may look at all this as problems, but we see this as opportunity because obviously with that kind of population, you know, now we talk about AI and all that. Other countries may really be needing that to fill in their workforce. But in Africa, in as much as we need AI and everything that it brings, including the very great things, we really need to put our hands to work. And so even as we jump into the AI conversation and AI adaptation, we need to be cautious how this doesn't exclude our young people from getting jobs. You can see the numbers there as well. Now, you can also delve slightly into unemployment rates. I was reading that Ghana's unemployment rate now is just between 3% and 4%. We are doing very well. But then if you compare it to the sub-region, you're looking at an average of 30%. So Ghana is relatively doing well, but again, still unemployment rates are quite high, especially if you look at the fact that it centers mostly on young people. I've said this already. Now, even though I've mentioned all of this, I want to delve deep into what, for me, I see as the drivers of wealth, because we can mention all the numbers and talk about all the spaces we can fill and all that, but what are the key drivers of wealth? And for me, the key drivers of wealth, and again, where film is so critical, is mindset. Everything we've spoken about here, I think, can be linked to mindsets. And so in as much as we talk the wealth conversation, what are those things that we are doing that are changing the mindsets? Usually what worries me is that most of our conversations scratch the surface. We never sink down to go into what are the images we are seeing. And so if you talk about all of the things, be it agric, even if you talk about the fact that maybe agric is not so attractive to young people, perhaps it's the images that we have seen of agric that we don't find so attractive. Now, many countries have developed themselves not because they had resources, natural resources, but because they had human resources or have developed and focused, talking about focus, have focused on their human resource. If you're focusing on human resource, then of course, I mean, you can take the case of Singapore, you can even take the case of Rwanda and how they focused on developing the human resource. But if you take our resources and let's say we focus on Ghana, what are the images we are seeing? I, myself, I'm so passionate about our narratives and the story we tell. I want to give an example where I was sitting down with my niece and we're watching a television show. And that day I was home, so I watched TV for quite a while. And there were a lot of cartoons that day. And all of the cartoons, obviously, were of princesses and blah, blah, blah. And then halfway, I realized that, oh my God, I've been sitting here for 5 hours or more with my niece, and everything we have seen has been a white person. Not to say there's anything wrong with being white, but has been a white person with flowing hair, being, all the things that we know. And she is sitting there wanting to be a princess. And I'm thinking, it just struck me whilst this was going on, that my niece is going to grow up with a mindset that she's not good enough, nothing she does is good enough. And already by the time she's 10, we have lost the battle. And so for us, you know, even as we start this conversation, be it, are we going to cherish our environment? I just came for Rwanda and I was blown by the mindset that is there. I mean, you can drink from their gutters. It's amazing. So clean. When you enter the country, the first thing you see is we are a nation of doers. You know, if a plastic falls down, you pick it. All of these little things is about mindset, understanding ourselves. You know, even when we come to the female population, we talked about female being 50%. We drive the global hair industry, and none of the hairs are done here. I mean, that could be a creative space, and none of it is done here, but we drive the global industry on hair because it's also premised on our mindset, by the way. We grow up wanting to be princesses, but then we are told that our hair is not good enough. So we don't teach our young girls how to cherish their hair. The hair is cut, obviously, so by the time you're a young adult, you don't even know how to manage your hair. You're told that your hair is too coarse. So we are fighting so many battles on the surface when the real cause of the problem really is in the foundation and we need to go down. What are young men seeing? Again, going into the numbers, you'll be amazed that last year, Ghana spent over $60 million downloading mobile games. Ghana is the second largest mobile game country on the continent. South Africa is the first. 40% of the South African population are gamers. We are talking about an industry that is hitting over 300 billion. None of these games that were downloaded were made by African developers. None of these games that were downloaded in Ghana was made by a Ghanaian developer. Again, what are the stories that are being perpetuated in these games? Every day we hear about violence in other parts of the world, in the US. Data has proven that many of these violence and behavioral issues that countries face are from video games. Some of them are from video games. And so again, we are importing cultures that we are not partaking in. We are not creating industries based on those products that we are consuming. And then again, our young people are going to grow up with a mindset that may not be very friendly to our environment. And I'll link that directly to perhaps our educational system. I feel that that also has to be revamped. People, all of us here, give it a couple of years and we'll all become stories. Who is telling our stories? Who is capturing our stories? What history are we telling to our people? In the US right now, they are even changing history through film. If you go to the classroom, some of the history that they don't find is palatable. They are changing it in the textbooks. Are we being intentional as well? In the US, there's something they call the hidden curriculum. And so when you see the American who believes that they can do anything, that's been hidden in their curriculum. But most importantly, even in their films. And so those days, again, if I may play my age a little bit, when you saw Rambo or Chuck Norris or whatever, they will fight whatever war, fight. One person, he will beat everybody, and then at some point they will beat him, and then he's almost dying, and then he will pull out his American flag, dirty American flag, somehow wipe his face with it, and then where the energy comes from, nobody knows, he beats everybody. And so the American who is watching that is thinking, I can do everything. I can do anything. And you will be amazed that many of the stories that come out of the US is intentional and strategic. Right now, if you look at our consumption of music and arts, I'm sure if you look at your own consumption of music, had it not been the rise of Afrobeats and all, about 80% of the music you consume probably is from America. The clothes we all wear, that's where it's from. The makeup we all wear, that's where it's from. The hair that we all put on, where is it from? So these are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. If you would ask me, I'll say that our educational system, because of our unique scenario, should be more vocational and technical rather than trying to get a degree that puts you to work, wherever it puts you to work. When we should be creating jobs, we come out of school expecting jobs because our educational system, again, may not be tailored to the specific needs of the continent and the specific needs of Ghana. I already spoke about unfriendly content programming. I think everybody can attest to that, and so I don't need to beat that horse too much. But basically, you become what you surround yourself with. For Africa's youth to create wealth, we need to also make our environment something that, is wealthy, so to speak. When I went to Uganda, when I went to Rwanda, there's this famous story that used to be in the US called the broken glass syndrome. The story happened in New York, and there was a time there was so much crime in New York. Most of the trains happen under, so you call it the subway. There was so much crime happening there, and then there was this particular mayor who came into power and decided that every night after the crime had been committed, they would go in, because you had people painting on the walls, graffiti and all. They would go in, paint the walls, fix everything. Where there's a broken window, so it was called the broken window syndrome, fix the broken window and everything. And with time, data proved that with time, when people came and saw that the area was nice, it had been painted, they hesitated to make it dirty again. When the glass had been repaired, they hesitated to break it again. When I went to Rwanda, definitely I was very careful not to drop anything on the floor. And so if we are looking to create wealth, one of the things that worries me about Ghana, you don't have very beautiful spaces. You don't even have parks. You don't have anywhere you can go and sit. And so if we are looking to create wealth in our nation, we also need to start looking at some of the soft things, because, you become who and what you surround yourself with. And so if a young person is looking to create wealth, are they surrounded, with time, our culture is changing. More and more people are able and happy to display what they have, provided they achieved it in the right way. But young people need to see more and more of that they can do. That then will encourage the can-do spirit. So again, I already said that the creative space is not really just about creating jobs. It's about mindset change and the control and flow of the creative human spirit. We have so many stories to tell. When I mentioned my name, I met, my middle name, I'm named after one of the most famous persons in Ghana, Asante. And I'm so proud of that, because we also share a birthday and a death day. So, she was born and died. She was born and she died on the same day. That story hasn't been told. Akonfanoche hasn't been told. Our coming to the continent hasn't been told. Our slave stories haven't been told. There's so many stories that we have to tell the world that can change our narrative and put us out there and create the kind of prosperity that we need. One thing is for certain, as we look to the future, be it animation, and when I talk about film, I talk about animation, I talk about gaming, I talk about everything under the creative space. These are the fastest growing spaces. These are where the opportunities are, and I want to use the opportunity to encourage investors to look into investing in these spaces. I already talked about the scenario of gaming and how you don't have local investors investing in those spaces, and so you have a local player. For instance, if you see the character, the character with the girl holding the gun, she's called Efia or something like that. This is a character on Riot's game. Riot Game is one of the biggest game developers in the world. And this character has sold Ghana so much, we are not even aware of it as a country. And this character was designed and consulted for by a Ghanaian company. And yet we have that company trying to raise just about $1 million to expand and upskill their services. This particular company is called Letty Arts, and they are not able to tap into that. And so until we have local investment looking into this sector, I know that most of the times when we talk, the argument that comes out is that the creative players don't know how to speak the financial language. But I think all of those things are changing. The return on investment is clearer, but even then, opportunities to invest in the space is so large. If you look at the market, for instance, I just want to narrow down on the cinema space, because without cinema, which is the market, and other forms of markets, we are not going anywhere. The entire continent of Africa has less than 1,000 cinemas and less than 1,700 screens. To give you perspective, France has 6,000 screens, and the entire continent of Africa has less than 1,700 screens. This is an area for investment. Ijaro, maybe beyond agric, maybe you would consider expanding into this space, because the return on investment can be really large. If you look at some of the terrain and what is happening this year, Korea, Netflix, for instance, announced a $2 billion investment into K-dramas. That is big. There was a report that came out from Netflix about their contribution to Africa. Really, really, impactful, but not enough compared to the rest of the world. I was telling a friend yesterday, due to my obsession with K-drama, I now want to go to Korea. I want to drink soju. I can speak a few languages, a few words of their language just by watching South Korean dramas. And so even when we talk about tourism, when Prof was talking, he mentioned tourism. Even when we talk about tourism, there's a phenomenon known as film tourism. And data proves that when people see a country, when people see a locale, they want to visit. And in fact, if any of you here remember Braveheart, when Braveheart came, it was shot in Scotland. And, tourism rose by over 500% in just about 6 months, and stayed that way for over 5 years. Game of Thrones is a much newer example. When Game of Thrones came out, there are some cities that basically closed up, not wanting tourists to come anymore because they were packed. So even if you look into tourism, one of the best ways that we can push our tourism is by selling Ghana, demonstrating Ghana as a place where people can visit. And again, that we can do through film. So basically, I think I just want to wrap up by saying that, it's a no-brainer that we need to focus on the creative sector, not because we are here asking for your attention or begging for your attention, but because Africa and Ghana has no choice. The creative space is the largest employer. We have hands that we have to employ. The creative space impacts the mind, it impacts the story, it impacts culture, it's the vehicle of culture, it is a diplomatic tool. Whichever way you look at, the creative space is a space to focus on. And I want to congratulate Ishmael Yamson and Associates for including, first of all, recognizing, understanding the impact of the space, and especially moving forward, the contribution of the space and how critical it is to the conversation, and including us in this conversation. Thank you.
Wow. Great information, great discussion. I just wanted to say this in relation to how nations are using storytelling to transform how people visit. I read some time back how Dubai decided to do it. And they chose to use countries that had high population, that had the likelihood of having several visitors from there. And one of the countries they chose to use was India. And they decided to use some of India's best actors and actresses to be able to tell that Dubai was a good honeymoon destination. And so they used people within the film industry that mostly acted love movies to be able to tell that kind of story. And so we have the capability of doing it. It's only that we've got to stay committed to ensure that it is done. Before Uncle Whyte comes in, I would like to get Standard Chartered to say a few words before Uncle Whyte comes in. And when he's coming in, I will be excited to hear some of the issues relating to storytelling and, for example, how we can use our storytelling abilities as a country to continue year of return, because it is one key area that we can drive and make sure that it's more visitors into the country. Thank you, Standard Chartered.
You want information at your fingertips and make payments seamlessly in the comfort of your office. You want to access your data whether you are at work or on the go. You want real-time trade transaction statuses, so you are always up to date. You want what you want when you want it. With Straight to Bank, you've got it all. Fast access to information and data, coupled with customized alerts and reports to help you optimize working capital, pay your business partners and government institutions, manage your entire working capital cycle, and make timely and better informed decisions. No more paper forms, no more manual checks, no more lengthy calls inquiring about transaction status and availability of credit lines. Designed and curated in a strong collaboration with you, our clients, Straight to Bank is a single access, end-to-end digital platform with a simple and intuitive dashboard to accelerate your payment processes. Your business can take full advantage of various payments, including trade payments, third-party payments both local and international, as well as tax and duty payments via Ghana.gov. Our intuitive and easy-to-navigate Straight-to-Bank platform keeps you informed through customized alerts and reports because it's built to help you streamline your working capital and optimize your returns. You will be reaping the benefits of Straight-to-Bank in no time. Our experience, expertise, and array of trade finance solutions to help you maximize returns are now just a click away. POS, mobile wallet payments, and QR-enabled payment services are also available to drive your digital receivables. Rest assured, we are not here for good enough, we are here for good, and we are here for you. Email premierservice.gh@sc.com to sign up today.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity. So my name is Jerry Asangba, Head of Managed Investment and Advisory at Standard Chartered. It's a honor to be here. I've learned a lot from previous speakers in terms of creation, talking about agriculture and until talking about the creative industry. Okay, so what you missed was me telling you that I'm here to tell you a few stories, and hopefully we should be able to create some wealth out of the stories I will tell. I am saying this being very mindful of the risk of attempting to tell stories in an event where Uncle Whyte is also present. The thought of it alone can make anybody feel weak in their knees, but I'll do my best. So I woke up this morning with what seemed like a dilemma. A dilemma because I also have an invite from the Office of the President to participate in the National Blue Economy Summit currently happening at Movenpick Hotel. Then also I have the invite to be here to speak to your good selves. So that looked like a dilemma to me. But the decision to come here came to me very easy because I work in an institution where wealth creation and protection are very high on our agenda, and I'm talking about Standard Chartered. And it is because of this that the bank set up a new subsidiary, which was outlawed last year in October, called the Standard Chartered Wealth Management Limited. And the purpose of this subsidiary is to focus more on the wealth needs of our clients in terms of investment and in terms of insurance and everything that we do with wealth. Okay. Thank you. So that's my first story. So I decided to come here. And like I said, I've learned a lot from the previous speakers in terms of wealth creation in the real economy, agribusiness, creative arts, and so on and so forth. Now, the second story is yesterday at exactly 1:51 p.m., I got a notification, like we all do, many notifications, but this one is very important. I got a notification on my iPhone, and this notification was about a company called NVIDIA. NVIDIA, yesterday, the share price went up 4%, and by that, they got themselves into the league of extraordinary companies where their value as a company went up to $1 trillion. $1 trillion. As of yesterday, 1:51 p.m., I got a notification. What does NVIDIA? NVIDIA is one of the biggest companies in the world when it comes to the production of microchips that you find in our mobile phones, in the iPad I'm using right here, in your vehicle control board, in the TV screens, everything we do in this world today, some chip in there, your TV, everything. And I heard someone also spoke about AI. So on the back of the AI revolution, AI taking over, ChatGPT and whatever, NVIDIA rode on the success of AI to hit $1 trillion. Now the question is NVIDIA alone in this $1 trillion club? No, certainly no. The first company to hit $1 trillion by market capitalization is Apple. On 2nd August 2018, Apple became the first company ever, in the US at least, to hit $1 trillion by market capitalization. I'm telling stories, but I hope I'll bring it home so that we see how we can create. So, what is market capitalization actually? Market capitalization, a big terminology, but what it means simply, take a company's share price, the share price of a company, multiplied by the number of shares that a company has. Whatever you find is the company's market capitalization. So let's take it, for example, that Jerry Asangba Limited is a traded company, for example, and I have 100,000 shares in circulation, which everybody here can buy. Let's say Nana is one of the share company, and she holds 10% share. Now, if I have 100,000 shares in circulation and probably each share traded 1 cedi, then 1 cedi multiplied by my 100,000 shares means that Jerry Asangba Limited is worth 100,000 cedis in market capitalization. So for this to move to maybe $1 million, it means that my share price should go up significantly from 1 cedi to 10 cedis. And so if Nana Prempeh 10% shares in my company, at the time that my market capitalization was 100,000, Nana Prempeh was worth 10,000. Now, if my share price moves up such that my market capitalization is now 1 million cedis, it means with 10% shares in my company, still, Nana Prempeh is now worth 1,000 cedis from 10,000. Why the conversation about companies hitting a certain amount in dollars in terms of market capitalization should excite us. Now the question is, how do these companies make money for investors to see value in such that the prices of their shares continue to go up, and some companies like Apple, like Microsoft, like Amazon, like Tesla, and until yesterday, Nvidia, all hit 1 trillion. Simply because of the consumption of products and services. That is why they deliver. It is these profits that now attract investors to put their monies in their shares. So the question, the food for thought right here is, if I should pass this mic around the room to check, what phone do you use? Do you have any phone at all? Does anybody here have a mobile phone like I do? I'm sure majority of us have smartphones. Inside that smartphone, microchips manufactured probably by Nvidia. Probably the phone you are holding is Samsung or iPhone manufactured by Apple. Question now is, how many shares do you hold in Apple? You have an Apple phone, you probably do iCloud because the memory on your phone cannot contain all, including the ones you are taking here. So therefore, okay. You want to switch? Okay. I just learned something new. Hold the middle part of the mic and the flow is smoother. So Apple is making that much money because 1, we are buying their phones. 2, we watch Apple TV. 3, subscribe to other services like Apple Music. I don't go anywhere without hitting my playlist on Apple Music, right? Google, the mother company is Alphabet. They are also worth over $1 trillion. On my way here this morning, I used Google Map just to be sure I can avoid traffic and get here on time. Every time you conduct any search on Google, Google makes money. But the question is, how much money do you make out of your use of Google? So the conversation today really is about how we can create wealth from our consumption of some of these goods and services. Now, can you, or am I saying that if you came to Standard Chartered today and wanted to buy shares in Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, and so on and so forth, we could sell to you? That is not the case. But leveraging our global presence and our global partnerships, we are able to offer you mutual funds that are originated and managed by some global giants like BlackRock. BlackRock actually are the largest fund managers in the world. They manage over $10 trillion of assets under management. And we are happy to say we have partnership with BlackRock where you can walk into any Standard Chartered branch and buy mutual funds from BlackRock. And we have 9 fund houses, including Franklin Templeton, like Allianz, as you can see on the board. Allianz is headquartered in Frankfurt, Germany. Their sister company, Allianz Insurance, operates very widely in Ghana, and so that is the household name, and so on and so forth. What do these mutual funds do for you? They help you diversify. Like our elders who tell us, you don't put all your eggs in one basket when you're investing. As a country, we are charting very, very unfamiliar territories right now where some of us, including my own self, have some monies that we cannot be too sure when we are getting them back because we invested. Yes, it is a very sad reality. But yeah, we are still on our feet because probably we didn't put all our eggs in one basket. Maybe I have 10,000 locked up somewhere, you have 5,000 locked up somewhere, and we are still moving because we still have the bulk of our monies in other places. So when you buy a mutual fund, you've given your money to a fund manager or an asset manager who has the expertise and the knowledge and the experience to manage this on your behalf. And they invest your monies in companies, including, if you can see clearly from the back, this particular fund that we call Allianz Income and Growth, which pays you monthly income in dollars, pounds, or euros, depending on the currency in which you choose to invest. They put your money, 2.47% of your money, whatever money you give to them in this portfolio, is invested in the shares of Microsoft. They invest about 2.26% of your money in Apple. Apple, like I said, became the first company that hit $1 trillion in market capitalization, and this happened on 2nd August 2018. At that point, everybody who didn't invest in Apple will be thinking, where was I when everybody else was buying Apple? But let me tell you something. It didn't end there. Exactly a year and 17 days afterwards, so 19th August 2019, Apple went from $1 trillion company to $2 trillion. So if on 2nd August 2018, you felt so sorry that you couldn't invest in Apple to benefit from all the upside of the share price, guess what? If you at that point invested in Apple on 2nd August 2018, by 19th 2019, you would have doubled your money because the company went from 1 trillion in value to 2 trillion. At that point, if you were still scratching your head thinking, should I not? Is it too expensive to buy at this point or not? Guess what? By 3rd January 2022, Apple went from 2 trillion to $3 trillion. And so the examples exist where, because of our consumption of goods and services and of these companies, these global giants, they continue to deliver very credible returns for their investors. And then the question now becomes, how do you and I benefit from this? So briefly, for today, our conversation is wealth creation is very important. Most of the time, we find ourselves speak about wealth creation and which is very good, in the real economy where we create jobs for people, but also to bring to the fore the other opportunity that exists for you to make some passive income by deploying your excess cash into some of these investments. Like I said, this fund pays you monthly dividends in dollars, pounds, or euros, which works up to about 9% return on your dollar, pound, or euro in a year, which means that you put $100,000 on this fund through the monthly interest, and this interest comes into your account. And so we have clients who come to the bank every month to draw a check to withdraw whatever interest they made from investing in these mutual funds. And we have a tall list of mutual funds. Whatever sector that attracts you, tech, energy, financial sector, healthcare, whatever you are looking for, we have a tall list of mutual funds that can capture your investment objective and so on and so forth. The last one I would want to share with you is another mutual fund, which is from New Beggar Behrman. And let me say that every one of the fund houses that we partner goes through a very rigorous appraisal and selection process. Key among the considerations that we put in place before we select or we partner a fund house is the fact that the rating of that fund house must be a minimum of A from S&P. A fund house that will partner Standard Chartered for us to distribute their mutual funds to you must have a minimum credit rating of A from S&P. I don't want to ask what Ghana's credit rating is. Now, so this fund invests in bonds from different locations in the world, including government bonds, US government, Canadian government, UK government, and so on and so forth. So if you look at the area that I have put that red rectangle around, you would notice that this fund invests 44.55% of its portfolio in AAA rated bonds. Bonds from issuers that are rated AAA. There is no bond rated higher than a AAA, right? That is the highest rating a bond can carry. And when I talk about bonds in this era, I'm being very careful because we all know the unfamiliar territories that we're chatting. But when it comes to investing in these mutual funds, again, you are not putting all your money on the credit risk of one institution. They spread the money across, including putting 44.55% of your money on AAA rated bonds, 2.15% is on AA rated bonds, 8.37% is on single A rated, and 20.33% on BBB. And so if you consider that space within that red rectangle, that is the spectrum of bonds that are described as investment grade, where the risk of default is historically 0.2%. Chances of issuers of these bonds to default and say we cannot pay or get into debt restructuring with you are very, 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 very slim. And so this fund invests nearly 75% of its portfolio in top-rated bonds, and it also delivers very outstanding returns to you, monthly interest. So if you have dollars, pounds, euros sitting in an account somewhere that you don't have immediate use for, bring those to us. Speak to anybody in any branch at Standard Chartered that you want to invest your dollars a certain gentleman calling himself Jerry came to speak to you at Labadi, and he says, if you brought your dollars to Standard Chartered, we could put them in investments that give you monthly interest. They could invest in Apple, Google, Netflix, and all other companies. And so we are most grateful for the opportunity to speak to you. Self and my colleagues will still be around. If you need us to discuss this in more detail, we are happy to take it up. Thank you so much for your attention.
Can you invest in Fortune 500 stores and more? Can you help the planet and boost your wealth? With Standard Chartered Priority Banking, you don't need to stop and think. Investing with us goes further. We connect with global fund managers, select funds that suit your needs, bringing global expertise right here. We connect you to wealth opportunities that match your priorities. Join today.
Thank you so much, Standard Chartered. We currently have the next presentation by Uncle Yeboah Whyte, so that we conclude on the arts, culture, and tourism space. Ladies and gentlemen, Uncle Yeboah Whyte is a household name. He needs no introduction. Let's, with a warm welcome him as he comes to do his presentation.
Well, good morning. I am a storyteller, so I hope you would excuse me if I tell stories. That is what I am. But the story is told of a Ghanaian who traveled abroad on government scholarship in the days when the only thing that was reliable about Ghana government scholarship was that it never came on time. He wakes up one morning and discovers that he's run dry. The money from Ghana had not come, and wondering what to do. And he decides that instead of staying in his room and wondering where the money will come, he would rather go for a walk on the streets of New York. And as he took the walk, he came upon this restaurant that had a sign at the door. It said, "Free meals are served here. Your grandchildren will come and pay." He reads it again and then decides that, well, let me try it. What a crazy thing. He goes in there, goes to the table and asks them, "Excuse me, I saw a sign and your sign says," and before he could even finish, the front desk person says, "Yes, the sign means exactly what it says. Your meal will be free. Your grandchildren will come and pay." So he looks at the odds. He calculates the odds, Jerry, like you would calculate, and decides that when he was leaving Ghana, he didn't even have a girlfriend. What are the chances that he's going to get married, have children, and those children are going to... At any rate, when the children, his grandchildren come here, how would they know these are my grandchildren? He looks at it and realizes that the odds are very, very good. So he sits down and a meal is brought to him. And he eats. You know, there's a certain appetite that comes when you're eating food you know you don't have to pay. So he finishes it and he leans back in his chair. If it was in Ghana, he would have asked for a piece of broom. And if you are here and you don't know what we use a piece of broom for, after eating, you are dadaba, not a jabba. And just then, he sees the waiter come in with a folder on a saucer, and all his fears come back. And as soon as the waiter gets to him, he said, "Wait a minute. Your sign said my meal is free. I asked you, and you also confirmed my meal is free. So what is this?" And the waiter said, "Oh, relax, my friend. Your meal is free, as we promised. But this is what the bill your grandfather left you when he was here." Before I go on, let me pay homage to two people here. One is Juliet. Juliet, we owe so much to in the creative space for her spirit, for her fight, for her never giving up thing. How she can still smile upon all the frustrations she has encountered is only a sign that she is called Asante, because Asantes never give up. The second person is my big brother, Professor Steve, sitting there, the young man who is paid his dues to Ghana. Prof, some of us owe so much to you. You've been quite an inspiration. You know that, going back to the 70s. And when I count my treasures, I count you as one of them and your influence over my life. And it's good to see you here. It's a good thing that we are having this program in the morning, because if it was in the evening, he will get up and leave, because he said his mother told him something, that nothing good happens after what? 8 p.m. So you should not hang out with people after 8 p.m. because no good person hangs out after 8 p.m. Well, Prof, today is a.m., not p.m., so we are going to have you here. In the 90s, I worked with an auto company. We sold expensive brands from Europe. And we were supervised by an European who passed through Ghana once a year. He would come to Ghana, and after 2 days, the man just wants to leave Ghana. He gets irritable if he stays more than 2 days here. He wants to go. He wants to go away. Okay. And then from Ghana, he will fly to South Africa. Then we heard that this man who could not stay more than 2 days in Ghana goes to South Africa and spends more than a week. So at a conference of all the agents of this company, automobile company, we asked our South African counterpart that, what is your trick? What's your secret? How are you able to maintain this guy, keep this guy in South Africa for 1 week, when we can't keep him for 2 days? And our colleagues asked, well, what do you do with him when he comes to Ghana? I said, well, we have very fruitful discussions with him. We take him around to see some of the important people he needs to see, the movers and shakers and things like that. I said, and then after that, we take him to his hotel, we make sure he has a good dinner and things like that. And after that, I said, what do you mean by after that? I mean, it's the next day, we go and pick him and bring him back. He said, you guys have got it wrong. He said, over here, by the time he comes, we've lined up events every evening. Every evening from the office, we are taking him somewhere for a quick meal and for a show. And that is why when the man comes here, he doesn't want to go back. The question is, in Ghana, if you get an investor coming to visit you, where would you take him? I have been at the front desk of a hotel, and someone had walked from his room to the front desk and asked, where can I go this evening? And the front desk person had no answer. In Ghana, if you do not drink, you will not have any options for your evenings. South Africa has so much to offer. In Ghana, this is what you are left with. This is what you are left with. And if you do not drink, too bad for you. But should it be this way? Should we accept it as such?
typically, Ghana has been dismissive of those of us in the creative space. If Juliet is to tell a story, she'll tell you that in the early days in particular, for somebody like her, the conclusion is that you are a prostitute, or you are a failure, you are a dropout. You don't have anything proper to do. That is why you are doing this. In my time, say they call what I'm doing concert and dismiss it completely. But should we continue doing this? And I'd like to say this, that it is because of ignorance. We haven't taken the time and the trouble to advise ourselves and to learn what the creative economy, the creative sector can bring to a nation like ours. So let's look at a few. Arkansas provides us with some interesting figures. The creative sector in Arkansas employs nearly 27,000 individuals and generates $927 million in personal income for the people. So that is money that the sector puts in the pocket of people in Arkansas. 927. North Carolina. The wages and incomes of workers employed in the cultural, arts, and tourism sectors infused $3.9 billion. $3.9 billion into the state's economy in 2006. To put it in Ghanaian terms, it infused IMF bailout into the economy. Total IMF bailout, because we are going for $3 billion. Massachusetts, the sector contributed $4.23 billion to the state's economy. And for 2021, the creative sector contributed $1.02 trillion to the American economy. Now, before I go on, let me just sound a little note here. I have a speech impediment, so if my R and my L's become too friendly, just edit them out, okay? And I hope. Now, this is just one country. I'm sure if we go around the world, we would realize that we lose a lot with our contempt and disdain and continue willful ignorance of the contribution of the arts and cultural sector. And I call it willful ignorance because our big men need to know. I went to a big man's office, and Juliet, this is what he said. Ghana, sure, Debbie. But when I travel abroad, I don't come back home until I've watched a show. Yes. But Ghana, no. He said, no, I won't come. He told me to my face. No, Ghana show, it will not be worth my time. But, oh, by the way, I'm an arts person. When I travel outside, if I haven't watched a show, I am not coming back. Willful. So he knows the value. You know, when the nation of King Charles happened, there were people in the UK that complained at the bill. £100 million. And they said it's obscene when there are so many people who are struggling to eat. 100 million. Well, CNN projects that out of that coronation of £100 million, that event gave the economy, the UK economy, a boost of £8 billion. £8 billion. Just that cultural event boosted the economy by £8 billion. Now, Of course, we don't have anything in Ghana that can compare with the pool of King Charles and of the monarchy in the UK. But trust me, we have something. It may not come anywhere near there, but we do have something. I watched the return of Otumfuo from the coronation. He was not the one who went to be coronated. Do you understand? He attended the coronation and returned. The scene at Kumasi Airport was incredible. The number of people who came to meet him. And then the ride through the principal streets of Kumasi. And as the procession went on, the numbers grew and grew. There's one school where all the students left, they were in their uniform. They came out of the school and started running after the motorcade until they got to Manshia. I looked. This is not coronation. But it was a massive event. The problem is, how much did it add to the economy of Kumasi? Think about it. T-shirts would have sold, I'm telling you. T-shirts would have sold. Pictures of this picture of my friends, I am a BBC boy. I was born before computer, so please help me with this. I think I've gone right to the end of my presentation. Forgive me, my generation, we think about printing T-shirts with that picture on it, or any of these. We didn't do any of those things. On the day, the only people who made business, I am sure, were the sachet water sellers along the route that was used. Because with people running after the motorcade, I'm sure there were a few thirsty people, and they had to quench their thirst. The point I'm making is that we may not have what others are, but we do have something. And we are not doing the best with that. Even the little we have, we are not working with it. We are like the talents, the story of the talents in the Bible. We think we've been given only one talent, and so we've buried it. And we are looking for other sectors to help us. Oh, by the way, the figures I gave you of the contribution of the creative sector to the economy of the U.S., you must know, was higher than the contribution of mining and agriculture to the U.S. economy. Let's think about that. Cultural capital is defined as a total body of what a nation people have to offer. The sum total of a country's wealth or stock of art, heritage, and other kind of cultural expression. Like other kinds of capital, cultural capital needs to be invested in, otherwise it depreciates or becomes devalued over time. We've got to do something better. We are rich in this respect. Look at our festivals. How many of our festivals have been marketed? Abuacho, Bakatui, Owo. Look at how much Jamestown attracts for the Chalawate Festival. It's becoming such a big thing. When I was growing up, who would go to Kwawu? Today, if you don't go to Kwawu on Easter, for Easter, then you pray that the next year you will go. It's becoming such a big thing. is becoming such a big thing. Guess what? Now, almost everybody who comes from Kwawu is now putting up a house in Kwawu because, at least for Easter, there will be an overflow of people needing a place to sleep. I talk about the case of Rock City. The first time I saw Rock City, I was shocked. I had never expected to see that gem in that part of Ghana. And I looked at it and said, oh, why would he bring his hotel here? Fine hotel. Why didn't he put it up in Kumasi, in Accra? A few weeks after that, I had the privilege to go and speak in the hotel for an NGO that was having a program there. And I engaged the manager. And he said, yeah, our hotels, some of the rooms are booked perpetually. He said people come for the festival and they book for the next year and pay. And so right now, if you want room for next year Easter from this hotel, Rock City, you will not get it because it's full. That is the power of investing and marketing this. And it's because the chief, the people, everyone there is so invested in this and they are pushing this. There's a new concept I came upon as I was preparing for this. It's called creative placemaking. And creative placemaking is a new direction that the mayors in the US are moving towards in designing their cities. What they are doing is that they think of placing the cultural places, the entertainment places first, because they've discovered that once you get that, people would come. And cities will grow, and other businesses would also grow from it. You know, the more I think about this, the more I realize that in Ghana, we are treating the creative sector like we used to keep poetry in the past. Those of you who are my age know that some of us are older than Poultry Farm. Poultry Farm was a new thing. Every home had poultry. What you did was that you had a coop. You had the chicken. In the morning, you opened them, gave them a little bit of maize to start them for the day, and you left them. And they roamed. In the evening, they came home to roost. And you hope that when Christmas comes and you want chicken, and I'm talking about Christmas because in my generation, when I was younger, you ate chicken only on 2 days in the year, Christmas and Easter. Your generation has reduced the stature of chicken. You chop chicken by heart. By now time, no. So you wait for the Easter or you wait for the visit of a very VIP to the home. And then you go to the coop and pick one. You haven't invested much in them, but you are hoping that you'll get one juicy enough for your visitor or for your needs. That is what we've done with the creative sector. We've left people alone. Ask Juliet what support she got in the early days. It will be zero. If I'd ask her now how much support she's getting, and the politician in her will not answer. Because, again, you don't want to offend too many people. And yet, at the end of the day, they expect to see something from the sector. It doesn't work that way. The creative sector has a potential. And Jerry, I add my voice to Julie. And to everybody here who wants to set up any fund, set it for the arts. I'm sure you will make more than you are currently making in other areas. And oh, by the way, if any of you wants to put up a hotel, no, give us a performance hall. So that we'll have screens, so that we'll have places that people would come to. Again, you'll make much more money than a hotel with less wahala and less avenues for people to steal from you. With that, once again, I'd like to add my voice to the previous speakers in thanking Yamson and Associates for this. The only thing I take from this one is the kind of pressure Harry can give you. I think we'll have to give him an award for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Uncle Whyte, for those insightful storytelling and indeed thought-provoking contributions that you have so far made to the discussion. I'd like to quickly say that this program is proudly brought to you by a couple of sponsors who have made sure that this is happening almost every year. And I'd like to mention our sponsors. We are gladly sponsored by GASEM, by Mantrac, by Benzo Oil Palm Plantation, Standard Chartered, Locozaid, Wala, and our media partners are Business 24, Graphic News Plus, City TV, and of course, Labadi Beach Hotel. Thank you so much, our dear sponsors, for making this happen. We're going on to the next discussion, and it will be in the area of technology, which I believe strongly is an enabler for all of these conversations and contributions. Okay. Rashida regularly trains corporate teams on effectively integrating AI tools into their workflows, harnessing her expert insights and experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's welcome Rashida.
Oh, no, thank you so much. That's great. Hello, good afternoon. I'm just waiting for the slides. Fantastic, thank you. So good afternoon, esteemed guests, fellow participants, and distinguished members of the panel. My name is Rashida Musa, a proud daughter of Ghana, a global entrepreneur, and an avid believer in the transformative power of technology. It's an incredible honor to stand here today in the 10th year of an event that has become a melting pot of innovation, a forum for strategic discourse, and a driver of solutions for critical economic and business challenges. Our theme this year's Wealth Creation, the Fourth Horizon of Ghana's Growth, couldn't be more fitting. The term Fourth Horizon signifies a new and emerging paradigm, one that leads beyond existing confines to pioneer new frontiers. Today, I propose to you that artificial intelligence, or AI, epitomizes this fourth horizon. But let's take a moment to understand our collective standing on this. Can I get a show of hands of how many of you have heard of AI before? Okay. Now, how many of you have actually used AI? Interesting. Thank you. My goal today is to bridge the gap in understanding AI, showcasing its broad and profound implications across various sectors of our economy. Whether you're talking about agribusiness, the culture, arts, and our booming tourism sector, AI holds the potential to revolutionize each of these domains, pushing Ghana further along the path of economic prosperity. So let me illustrate something here. Artificial intelligence, right, catalyzes precision agriculture, anticipates drought patterns, and fine-tunes our agribusiness operations, transforming it into a sharply accurate and significantly lucrative venture. It supports the creation of stunning visuals and amplifies our ability to showcase our rich culture through tourism. As for the information and communication technology sector, AI is not just on the frontier. It's carving it. It's strengthening fraud protection mechanisms, propelling development, and facilitating the emergence of unprecedented technology. Each transformative technological breakthrough we've witnessed in the last 10 years has bared the signature of AI. Perfect. With this in mind, I pose a question. You envision AI the fourth. My conviction on this matter is strong, and I genuinely hope that the dialogue we will have today will illuminate this future potential for you as brightly as it is for me. Now, some of you know, and some of you do not, so I'll do a brief info about myself. I was born in Kumasi in 1993. And I found myself on the cold Canadian shores in 1994, the start of a journey that would weave together diverse cultures, experiences, and lessons. Throughout my upbringing in Canada, my parents ensured that the echoes of my homeland's language, culture, and heritage stayed strong in my life, nurturing me in a deep love and abiding care for Ghana and Nigeria. After I graduated from school, I joined Canada's largest fitness club, climbing the ranks to become one of the top 3 sales agents nationwide. However, my journey in the realm of sales and entrepreneurship started a lot earlier than that. At the tender age of 6, I launched my first venture, a paper selling business. A surprisingly profitable venture, but that was until my mom discovered it. This entrepreneurial spirit carried me into 2018 when I founded Rashida Sells, an e-commerce consultancy agency. With Rashida Sells, I harnessed the power of artificial intelligence to analyze sales data and identify trending, profitable products on Amazon. To date, I have helped over 250 businesses find their footing and flourish in the e-commerce landscape. In 2020, seeking a change of scene, a connection to my blackness, I turned to Google in search of a place that would offer a vibrant black community and beautiful, free beaches. The answer was Salvador Bahia, an enchanting and historic city in Brazil, where I was lucky to call home for the next 2 years. During my time in Brazil, I had the opportunity to live in the Amazon forest with a reggae-loving indigenous community, modeled for Vogue Brazil, and I worked with the visionary entrepreneur, Francois Martinet. Together, we developed Brazil's largest digital nomadic hub on the enchanting island of Chinaré. In June of 2022, I returned to Ghana, drawn back by the pull of home and family, and I was just amazed at the vibrancy, specifically in the tech community here. And I knew that I had found my place, my home, a place for me to really cultivate my skills. In my current role, I've had the privilege of guiding professional teams from financial institutions to law firms, mining companies, and even just to eager individuals on how to harness the power of AI in their workflows. We've delved into integrating existing tools in a secure and efficient manner. We've explored and implemented tools like ChatGPT, Bard by Google, Microsoft Copilot, Synthesia, and Midjourney. Speaking of Midjourney, this marvelous tool has an impressive capacity. It was able to generate all the images you're going to see in my presentation today with simple text prompts. So here, I polled the room about your familiarity with AI. While many of you express an understanding of AI, I believe we could benefit from some expert input for more in-depth comprehension. So the insightful team at the Weekend City Show at Joy FM are going to illuminate for us the intricacies of AI.
On AI, you know AI, right?
Yeah, I know AI.
What is AI?
That's air conditioning technology.
Hi.
No, Sambi.
AI is air conditioning technology.
Air conditioning is not that problem.
Sambi, this is a chance for you to correct this guy.
Sambi, I'm not a repairer of the.
No.
What did you say?
But you're using one of.
Okay, in all seriousness, artificial intelligence is a branch of computer science dedicated to creating machines that can think, learn, and adapt like humans. Imagine a computer that can solve complex problems, recognize patterns, and even understand natural language. That's AI in action. There are 3 subsets of AI that a lot of us are familiar with. We have machine learning. This is the ability of a computer to learn without explicitly being trained. Natural language processing. This is the ability of a computer to understand and process human language. Natural language processing algorithms are used in various applications, from speech recognition, translation, and text analysis. Now, probably what we're all really familiar with is computer vision. This is the ability of a computer to see and understand the world around it. Computer vision algorithms are used in various applications, such as self-driving cars, facial recognition, and object detection. Let's journey back to a time when we were children, sitting around a fire, eyes wide with anticipation as our elders spun tales of old. These stories passed down from generation to generation taught us about our culture, our history, our morals, and our place in the world. We learned by listening, observing, and understanding the context behind these tales, forming the bedrock of our knowledge and perspectives. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is akin to these children, learning by absorbing vast amounts of information, not from fireside tales, but from data. Acting as an elder storyteller, this data educates the AI, enabling it to identify patterns, understand context, and predict outcomes, often faster and more accurately than any human ever could. Every time you receive a movie recommendation on Netflix or a predictive yield for the upcoming harvest season, it results from AI learning from its digital elders and applying that knowledge. Yet, consider this. What if one of our elders, the storytellers from our past, harbored prejudices, biases, or misconceptions? The stories we would learn would be skewed, leading us to form potentially harmful or inaccurate perceptions. This is the challenge we face with AI today. The elders of AI, the data sets it learns from, can be prejudiced or biased, resulting in skewed or unfair outcomes. Our journey today is about recognizing and addressing this challenge, understanding the profound impact AI has to shape the needs for Ghana and Africa as a whole. Our need to take the lead in curating our own elders, our own diverse, representative data sets. We must ensure that AI learn from a chorus of voices that are as diverse, equitable, and fair as the people they serve. The tales they tell, the actions they drive should be a reflection of all of us, not just a privileged few. That's the future we should aspire to build, and that's the journey we embark on today. In the sphere of natural language processing, there's been a noticeable surge in the dimensions of these models. We start in 2018 with BERT, then we go to GPT-2, GPT-3, and now PaLM. These models seem locked in a race for rapid enlargement. With this increasing size often symbolizes advancement, a subtle problem grows alongside it: data bias. These colossal models learn from vast data sets extracted from every single corner of the internet. Interesting though, citing Wikipedia in an academic essay is usually frowned upon, correct? Yes, but these immense language models are using it as the bedrock of their information. In addition, these language models rely heavily on data from social platforms like Reddit. Unfortunately, they do not discern on the data collection, including extreme content from over 260,000 banned subreddits, leading data to be imprinted with racist, sexist, and harmful biases. Language models have come a long way, starting with the innovative work like pioneers like Claude Shannon and Ronald Rosenfeld. However, these foundational models are trained on a spoken language databases, like the Wall Street Journal corpus. These recordings primarily featured professional speakers articulating in a mainstream American accents. This subtle installation of bias against diverse speech patterns. The consequence? An unintentional but impactful linguistic favoritism that penalizes those with a non-standard accent or different dialects or non-English speakers, which I would say is the majority of us in this room. The bias, somewhat invisible but significantly influential, perpetuates a digital divide that deeply etched its tools into what we use daily. Who here has used Hey Siri? Hey Alexa? These tools were built, see it worked. These tools were built not considering us at all. And let me show you why. The far-reaching impact of these biases becomes glaring as we zoom out and take a look at the AI's landscape. Out of the 7,000 plus languages that are spoken worldwide today, only about 2,000 have a significant digital presence. Even more striking than that is only a mere 100 languages have enough data to be harnessed for machine learning. And out of that 100, less than 5% are of African languages. And even more disturbing, absolutely zero belong to indigenous Ghanaian languages. Think about that. Languages like Twi, Ga, Ewe, Dagbani, and Hausa, spoken by millions of people, face consistent misrepresentations because of this data inadequacy. Not because these languages are less spoken, but they're less represented in the data sets that are used to build these machines. It's not about incorrect translations. It's about the risk of eroding our cultural presence in the digital world. As we enable more of our citizens, particularly those who live in rural areas, to access the internet, they will undoubtedly express themselves in their native tongue. Are these tools going to leave them behind? I don't know who Eagle Eye is. Are we able to return? No. Oh, fantastic. The ripple effect of AI bias isn't confined to language processing alone. It also permeates in computer vision. Let's take a look at the ImageNet, which is a foundational data set which has over 14 million images. When we take a closer look at the underrepresentation, 2% of the facial data belongs to Africans. That's absurd when we are so diverse in the way that we look. But these AI machines are just going to see black, and then that's it. Now, let me ask you this for a second. How many of you have ever gone to a washroom and used those automatic hand faucets? How many of you have had the experience of having to wave your hand underneath a few times before it turns on? Yeah? Okay, that's not a plumbing issue. That's a bias in the AI system. Another quick question for you. How many of you have phones with face ID on them? Have you ever had the experience of having to remove your glasses or take your hat off before it can register your face? Yeah, okay. That, again, that's not your phone acting up. This issue disproportionately affects Black and brown users. Another example, the tech we use every day that was marketed to us, sold to us, knowing very well that we were not included in its development. The profound paper, Gender Shades, Intersectional Accuracy, Disparities in Commercial Gender Classification, which was conducted by these two incredible women, Dr. Joy Boalanwini and Dr. Timnit Gebru, pioneers in the study of bias in AI. They uncovered a disturbing reality, so disturbing that Google actually fired Dr. Timnit Gebru after she released this paper. And Google is one of the big players in the AI game, are they not? Yeah. They found that commercial AI systems, the same ones embedded in numerous facets of our daily lives, exhibited a significant bias in facial recognition. They discovered that these systems misclassify darker-skinned females as males, 35% more than their light-skinned partners or men. In 2019, a study by the National Institute of Standards and Technology found that facial recognition algorithms were 10 to 100 times more likely to misidentify people of African and Asian descent compared to their white individuals. This isn't a statistical anomaly. It's an ethical crisis intensifying societal inequalities and perpetuating harmful stereotypes. I want you to consider this scenario. US Congress members were matched with criminal mugshots leading to 28 false identifications as criminals. This was not from a dystopian novel. It was an actual test done by the American Civil Liberties Union using Amazon's recognition. However, the error was not random. It disproportionately involved people of color, exposing a disturbing racial bias in its system. These biases are not abstract. They bear serious consequences. Despite Amazon's recognition's flaws, it has been marketed and sold to law enforcement agencies and foreign governments like Israel, amplifying the repercussions for marginalized and over-policed communities. In today's interconnected world, we are not confined to the boundaries of Ghana. We travel to countries like the United States. Who here has been to the United States? Yeah? Where in the US, AI surveillance tools are deployed extensively. It's crucial to recognize that these issues surrounding AI bias and surveillance are not just limited to African Americans. They affect the global Black community. Remember when I said we only have 2% of the data? It doesn't see you as oh, you're an African, no worries, we won't bother you. It sees Black, that's it. The narrative we weave into our AI models must reflect the tapestry of human diversity in skin tones, in languages, and in backgrounds. We live in an unprecedented era of technological advancement. If you close your eyes, you miss a week of AI advancements, right? Large corporations across their globe are setting their eyes on Africa, specifically Ghana. They come bearing their shiny AI tools, but luring us with this promise of transformation. Yet, a vital question arises. Have they considered us in their AI models? No. Do their AI models understand the rhythm of our languages? No. Or the richness of our culture? Again, no. Or even the nuances of our lives? Absolutely not. One of my favorite poems by the late, great Maya Angelou. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I rise. It is evident in our African AI startups, entities that persist against adversity, charting novel courses amidst daunting challenges. They encapsulate this continent spirit, the spirit of fortitude, incessant innovation, and daring metamorphosis. Their ingenious solutions color the vibrant narrative of Africa's growth. Let's acknowledge that the dynamic African youth leading this revolution, their vitality, passion, and unwavering resolve to reshape the world through their innovative ideas are inspirational. They've taken the helm, decisively declaring they're not merely spectators, but key actors in this thrilling AI era. Consider the trailblazers at AgroCentra, a Ghanaian startup that embodies the spirit of innovation. Their AI is hard at work connecting smallholder farmers to an online market aggregation platform. Their intelligence system ensures that agricultural products reach the right buyers efficiently, while farmers enjoy fair and transparent pricing. This transformative approach is reshaping the future of farming, making it smarter, more profitable, and more sustainable. Let's turn our gaze to the agricultural fields of Nigeria. Here, another startup, Zenvas, is changing the farming landscape. With AI as their ally, they provide farmers with invaluable soil data, driving insights, driving optimal planting patterns, fertilization methods, and irrigation schedules. This is precision farming at its best, showing us a new way to approach agriculture, ensuring that it thrives in the modern digital world. In the buzzing financial sector, South Africa's Yeboah is spearheading the revolution. Their AI-driven risk engine is doing more than just crunching numbers. It's facilitating loans for small businesses that are typically overlooked by mainstream banking, enhancing risk management, and advocating for fraud detection. They're not merely following trends, but setting new standards in financial services, demonstrating how AI can promote inclusivity and fairness. In the realm of healthcare, Ghana's M-Pharma is a pioneering force. This $180 million company leverages AI to optimize pharmacy inventories, ensuring critical medicines are always available. Their impact, however, goes beyond inventory management. M-Pharma harnesses the power of AI to detect disease trends, enabling proactive, data-driven health management. It's not just about utilizing AI, it's about revolutionizing healthcare, emphasizing accessibility and inclusivity, and showcasing the truly impactful power AI can have on our lives. Lastly, I'd like to draw your attention to the healthcare sector, where AI plays a crucial role. Zipline, a startup from the land of 1,000 hills, Rwanda, which is also operating here in Ghana, is redefining healthcare delivery. By integrating AI and drone technology, they have created an on-demand logistics system that delivers vital medical supplies to remote areas. This innovative approach breaks down barriers, making healthcare more efficient, more accessible, and more equitable for all. Let's remember our torchbearers, the young, the daring, our innovators. They pen Africa's AI narrative, a tale of resilience, ingenuity, and growth. Unwilling to wait for the future, they're molding it. Let's support, applaud, and above all, believe in them, because globally, over 10,000 AI startups have sprouted since 2020, drawing in a whopping $20 billion in Q1 of 2022 alone in investments. Yet in Africa, 500 AI startups managed to attract just over 100 million in the same period. A stark contrast, might I say? Pause for a moment and consider this disparity. That's $2 million per startup globally, but a mere 200,000 for African startups. Our African entrepreneurs, armed with their bold ideas and transformative solutions, find themselves grappling for resources while their global counterparts are in abundance of support. Why is that the case? While the world may overlook the abundant talent and untapped genius we possess right here in Africa, we cannot afford to. The success of our indigenous AI startups is not solely a technological milestone. It's a beacon of empowerment for our communities, and it's a catalyst for reshaping the very fabric of our continent's socio-economic landscape. It falls upon us, especially those with financial influence, to rally behind those of exceptional minds and fuel their audacious ventures. We must reject the notion that they should settle for pennies to the white man's dollar, simply because they operate from Africa. Let us remember that investing in African AI is investing in the boundless future for Africa itself. Who here knows who Sheikh Anta Diop is? Wow, okay. One AI, right? Please read about this man. He is a profound thinker. He decentralizes the Eurocentric view of ancient African history. When you read even just one of his works, you will be so profoundly proud to be from this continent. Let us not forget, we as Africans were the original thinkers, the thought leaders who shaped the discourse of intellectualism. And while the world may attribute the genesis of philosophy and science to the Greeks, let's not forget the truth. These celebrated Greek thinkers were once students seated at the feet of our African ancestors. Our intellectual heritage isn't merely a tale of the past. It's living testament within us, fueling our dreams and navigating the path forward. The global community may not promptly acknowledge our deep reservoir of talent, intellect, or potential, but we're not in the waiting room for global acclaim. We don't need validation to ascend. The transformative power of AI isn't a spectacle we observe from afar. It's a locomotive we must commandeer. For the tech we pioneer today will be the blueprint for tomorrow's Africa. Let's envision the cascading impact for a second. When AI-enhanced drone systems enable immediate blood delivery to your relative in Wenchi, we all triumph. When AI-based agricultural techniques predict a northern drought well in advance, we all triumph. When AI-powered financial solutions make resources more accessible to our less affluent kin, we all triumph. As we journey into the fourth horizon, the age of artificial intelligence, we must remain cognizant of a key truth. Foreign powers, in their ambition to plant the seeds of their AI tools into the fabric of our society, require a crucial element, our data. Like a seed requires soil to flourish, their AI tools need data, our data, to function. But they must understand this is our soil. We as Africans are not only the fertile ground that nourishes these AI seeds, we are the custodians of the soil, the caretakers who control how it's used, and the essence that makes it viable for growth. We are also the expert gardeners, the visionary landscape architects, crafting the blueprint for AI solutions that will thrive here. Our African data and soil cannot be tilled and molded to fit foreign seeds. Rather, it's our indigenous crops, our homegrown solutions that will truly blossom and transform this land. When I initially posed the question, is AI the fourth horizon? I understand that some of you may have not fully grasped its immense potential, but now I hope you do. Imagine a world where agriculture is revolutionized by AI-powered precision, where every drop of water, every ray of sunlight, and every seed sown is optimized to yield abundance of our wildest dreams. Envision a future where healthcare is propelled to new heights, where diseases are diagnosed with unprecedented accuracy. Personalized treatments unlock the secrets to longevity and vitality. In the realm of education, picture classrooms that come alive with AI-powered tutors, tailoring lessons to the unique needs of each student, unlocking their full potential and empowering them to become the leaders of tomorrow. And in the corridors of politics, envision a landscape where AI-driven algorithms analyze complex data, guiding us to make informed decisions that shape a more just and equitable society. AI has the audacity to challenge the status quo, to disrupt conventional thinking, and breathe life into the wildest dreams of human imagination. For it is in this very moment, we lay the foundation of a future where AI intertwines with our collective potential, where the limits of what is possible cease to exist. So my friends, Yanko, fasten your seatbelts, open your minds and your wallets, and prepare to witness the extraordinary. The fourth horizon awaits us, and as torchbearers of innovation, we shall illuminate its path. Medase. And may the unwielding spirit of human progress guide us toward a future that surpasses our wildest dreams. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this morning, if you didn't have any idea about AI, there you have it. You have too much to last you for a lifetime. And the only thing we have to do is really put it into action in the various industries that we are in.
The Ishmael Yamson and Associates Business Roundtable has been a remarkable journey of growth and development since May 2014. The Business Roundtable has sparked conversations and inspired change, driving long-term sustainable transformation across all sectors of the economy. The Thought Leadership platform has experienced many highs, navigated through lows, and emerged strong, reaching a global audience of over 30,000 with our powerful insights.
As we look back with pride, we remember the distinguished leaders who have graced our platform, sharing their trailblazing ideas on strategic economic and business issues, unlocking opportunities for economic progress. We also extend a heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors, whose unwavering support has made it possible for us to deliver exceptional content and experiences to our audience year after year.
To everyone who has been part of this incredible journey, we say Aiko. Thank you for your resolute support and dedication. But the journey is far from over. We are excited to embark on the next 10 years, fueled by our passion for driving positive change and making a lasting impact on the world.
Join us as we continue to push boundaries, challenge the status quo, and pave the way for a brighter future. Together, let's make the next decade of the Business Roundtable journey even more memorable, impactful, and inspiring.
Visit us at www.ieyamson.com or call +233 530 117202. Ishmael Yamson and Associates. We will work with you.
We would want to use the opportunity to launch our magazine, right? And I'd like to call Michael Yamson and Prof to come and help us in officially launching the magazine. Michael will say one or two words about it, and then Prof, all you need to say is it's officially launched. That's all. And then because it's the 10th anniversary, we would like to give you all copies of the magazine. They say if you want to put, we don't want to have the situation where we will be called the usual Africans who don't like to read. And so if you plan not to read, please don't take one. Okay, great. So Michael is here, and a copy of the magazine is here. Whilst you take your exit, when the program ends, you will all get copies of the magazine. Yes, they are bringing the... Yeah. So it's a business magazine that has come to stay. That should be able to give us great business information all the time. You ready? Great, Michael.
Once again, I just want to share a little you. When we began the roundtable, we would invite brilliant minds from finance, academia, you name it. Prof has graced our podium. Prof Popolampo was here. I don't know whether he stayed on. But we would invite brilliant minds to come and share. And when it was done, it was up to us to remember. And because we didn't have AI, some of it became distant memory. But 2 years ago, we decided that with every roundtable, we would launch a magazine. And this year, there are 17 articles here. You've only listened to 6. But there are 17 articles here that explore the paths to wealth creation through agriculture and agribusiness, culture, arts and tourism, and technology and ICT. It's not for sale. It's for your reading pleasure. And that is why I need to thank our sponsors, because they power this program. This is our one not-for-profit event. We don't do this to make money. We do this to share knowledge. And when we have a surplus, we invest it in young businesses. One young business we helped with just $700 last week told me they've grown their business to over $68,000. That's the power of sowing a seed. So this is not for sale. It's for your reading pleasure. But please continue to be a part of the Business Roundtable. It's on the last Wednesday of every May every year. So you are invited to 29th of May 2024. And we will be discussing something that is big on my heart. African businesses collaborating for global success. So be here next year. You'll still be very much enriched. And with these few words, I'll hand over to my big daddy to officially declare the magazine launched.
So wonderful. They give you a task, they tell you what to say. So,
Children of today.
Yes, that's very good. The only variation of what I've been told to say is that it's so nice that this generation is not talking about poverty alleviation, but wealth creation. And that is the springboard for a better future. And with that, I officially launch the Wealth Creation magazine. And by virtue of my cemetery flowers, I alone has the privilege of unveiling. Yes. You know what? Don't die early, because if you don't die early, soon you are presumed to be wise.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Thanks a lot.
Great. Bright is here. Can you hear us, Bright?
Loud and clear, Delia. I can hear you. I guess you guys can hear me too.
Yes, we can. Bright has over 16 years experience in digital business and value-added services and content creation and acquisition in the global environment. He has significant general management startup leadership across media, tech, commerce, and telecommunications. He led the team to build WeFlix app, leveraging on partnership with telecom companies across Africa. Example, MTN, Vodafone, Airtel, Tigo, Safaricom, etc. The service has over 800,000 customers in a little over 2 years of operations, with a bold agenda to democratize authentic content in Africa and to the rest of the world.
I know you have been sitting for quite some time now. A lot has been said so far, but let me chip in this to supercharge you as we journey on. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So my name is Bright Yeboah. I'm co-founder of Whyte, and also doubling as the COO of the business. So this morning, connecting with you, I have three main goals on my mind. It's rather unfortunate that I am not in the country, not for any reason, deciding to connect, virtually with, very experienced people that I respect so much in this room. But let me start it this way. There's a picture on this slide that I can't even navigate at the moment for you to see. And the tech team helped me following the slide as I go ahead with my submission. So my first goal on this call today is to speak to you on what I have titled Leveraging Tech and Innovation to Create Wealth in Ghana, particularly in Africa as a whole. And my first goal is to demystify the myth surrounding wealth creation. Exactly, now I can see. So you can be flipping it for me as I go into the presentation. Then number two, to challenge you to see what is possible in Ghana and in Africa amidst all the enormous economic challenges that bedevil us as a people. And the third one is to challenge you to do more as young people. I'm speaking to all of you, including the elderly, but I believe people under 40 years is really going to connect with me more as I move forward. So picture number one talks about, if you look at it, I don't know what comes to your mind, but the way I see this is more like a teamwork, strategic partnership, and people coming together to achieve a particular goal or aim. And I believe that is one thing that is lacking in the business world in Africa, a lot more collaboration and strategic partnership to achieve whatever endeavor that we have before us. Picture number two is a major issue the way I see it, picturing a boss sitting at the top and always demanding results from the team with very little involvement. And we see this happen mostly in the public sector, except very few who have distinguished themselves, when they had leadership, to lead people like Prof and the likes, Juliet and Yeboah in the room. And look at the picture downstairs, leader who on his own leading his team and driving the team to achieve a particular goal or dream. My question to you, young people in this room, is which of these leaders do you normally meet in your duty of job in Ghana and in Africa, wherever you have been? It seems to be the boss sitting at the top, mostly the case, until recently that we have seen real leadership, helping us to drive the course and the agenda of our country, Ghana. I'm here in the United States because we are raising funds. We are talking to VCs in Silicon Valley. I didn't know that Njaro wasn't sector agnostic. I could have spoken to him, but one thing I have realized is that we keep saying that the opportunity is in Africa. If it is so, and we all believe that, how come the investment is sitting in the US, in Europe, and other places? Seems to be the norm for now, but some of us are trying in our own way to change this narrative. Can we move to the next slide, please? Now, the way I think about wealth creation, since it's the topic of the day, is essentially accumulation of scarce resources by a person. It could be a community, a country, or whatever form it takes. Now, it is not only in the area of financials or money, because that seems to be our focus whenever we talked about wealth creation. I have seen people gathering this in the area of relationship, in the area of physical health, in the area of mental health, in the area of time and freedom. At the end of the day, what you're seeking to do is to buy freedom and buy time by way of the wealth you are creating. I tell people most of the time that money is a terrible master, but an excellent servant. And as we go deeper into this presentation, you will understand why I believe strongly in this. So point number one, each one of us in this room invests in a financial product or service for a long period of time. And one thing on your mind is to recoup higher return on your investment. It seems to be the reverse in Africa, Ghana particularly, and the continent we come from, because our minds are skewed towards short-term return on investments. So you see a lot more people, deep pocket guys, going into trade, import and export that give them very quick return on their investment. Very least or little has been said about the creative sector, which I am going to focus on, as you have heard from Juliet and Uncle Debo and Njaro. Now, how do you create a product that people can actually pay money for, buy your product in Ghana at the moment as a young person? A few ideas that we have tested the market, not just in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Zambia, soon in South Africa. That has given us that exponential growth that today we are looking at over 1 million consuming originally created African content on one platform called Whyte. And that is what I run. Going through this whole process, I have learned, unlearned, and mastered courage to develop the skill set to speak to VCs and people who matter and paying attention to the sector, which is why we've been able to raise nearly $200,000 in just about 24 months of our operations. What I will say on wealth creation for any young people under 40 in this room is that focus on developing the required skill set before you go into any venture. Yes, you're going to learn on the job, but the basics you must know. And look at mentorship as well. That is going to help you with some longevity on your mind as you journey on your business. Next slide, please. Now, over the years, I have focused my working career in mainstream media, tech, and telecoms. My over 16 years of experience span, from these areas, and that is where I have dominance, which we have developed this Whyte idea that people see today. So the fourth industrial revolution that the speaker who spoke previously on AI before I'm speaking describes a rapid change in technology, industry, and society. This has happened really fast, at a very fast pace in our sector. And we most of the time see Africa playing the catch-up role. We are always catching up to the revolution and what is happening in the world. I bet to say we don't have to allow this fourth revolution to speed up on us as young people. We don't have to catch up. We need to play the game in itself, as some of us have taken the lead. And how have we achieved that? In three major areas: using AI, using virtual reality, and using social media. Has brought us this far, and I believe as a brand Whyte today, if you mention us or Google us on any platform, we have attained global recognition. We've put in Ghana on the map, and now when people are talking about OTT streaming, Whyte is in there somewhere for them to consider. How did you do this? Building social presence with a service, focusing on the three kings of SEO, optimization in our game. We have strategically positioned the brand to partake in this, global Black Founders Fund that is available on the continent that many African Black entrepreneurs shy away from. It's free for your taking. Just prove yourself, and you can have access to this, type of fund. Google Cloud programming, funding, and grants available for startups in Africa just to support you scale your business to a certain level. I am a typical example. What we have done today is courtesy Google. Over 200,000 grants, put in our business the first year of our operations in Ghana, which is why we are able to grow as fast as you can see. I mentioned earlier that we've raised nearly $200,000 in just about 2 months of operation. And at the moment, we are valued at $25 million as a business. And this was done by Deloitte. We are actually raising $2.5 million, which is why I'm here in the US talking to VCs to ensure that we close some of these deals. And it's been, a very difficult journey for us. But the good thing is, if people like us in Ghana are able to do it, my encouragement to young people in this room today is to believe that you can also do it. Next slide, please. Now, I said earlier that our focus has been on the creative art and entertainment industry. Building a platform like Whyte, focusing on the African continent, changing the narrative one after the other. If we believe the opportunities, the potential, the stories are in Africa, why have we left the Western people to tell the story for us as Africans? Whyte is in this game to change that narrative. We are, at the moment, pushing over 30,000 hours of content on Whyte's platform. 70% of these content that people are consuming is African content from Ghana, from Nigeria, from Kenya, across board. The film industry accounts for 5 billion of African GDP, and it estimates to employ 5 million people by 2027. Juliet Yasantua shared, very interesting statistics on this one. I don't want to bore you with that. The arts, entertainment, and recreation industry in Ghana employs over 14,000 people as we speak. What we have done on our part at Whyte is set up a post-production hub, and this is what is lacking, and Juliet can confirm that. The creativity is there. We are able to film quality movies, but when it comes to sound of the work we put out, is always a problem for us, which is why the big platforms that I don't want to mention name on this platform sometimes fail to accept work from Ghana, to put on their global, platform for people to consume and actually pay money for. We have done the reverse in helping these young creative distributors, aggregators in the sector to master their work, meeting the bar to a certain level for global acceptance and recognition. And if you check on us, you can see some of the titles. Created in Africa with a certain kind of quality, Dolby-backed, kind of production. The OTT industry, again, like I said, is a very massive business that I have seen young people like Wademaya using just YouTube. Recently, he celebrated over 1 million, and this guy is making decent living just creating content on YouTube. This is an avenue for young guys to go into that area with very little, investment. I mentioned about how much we have invested so far, in our business and where we are going with the 2.5 million raise. Next slide, please. Now, this slide you see here got me thinking as a young person receiving salary, back in 2019, I think. The OTT industry is set to generate 2 billion by 2027. When I saw this start, it really caught me thinking, struck me deeply. Why? Because I read somewhere in the article that this whole investment is a split between South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya that I did not include on this slide. So I asked myself as a young Ghanaian, thinking of going into streaming, content monetization, this idea did not start today. We were some of the pioneers who supported MTN in their audio conferencing. And the time people were thinking of Facebook, we are also thinking in our own way how people can creatively monetize African content on a global platform. And now the dream is here. So how do we do this? If the split is going to be between South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt, going into this sector is going to be very tough for me. But look at what we have achieved. Partnering, again, the strategic partnership I talked about with the telecom companies in Africa. In Ghana, we are operational on MTN and Vodafone. In Nigeria, on MTN. In Kenya, on South Africa. Creating value for the business and the type of content we have on our platform. We started off in just about 40,000 users, and today we are talking a million of cumulative paid subscriptions on the platform, generating over $600,000 USD month in revenues. So clearly, this is a venture that has come to stay, And we know that with the necessary or the required investment coming into play, as we have started raising 2.5 million, there's a lot we can achieve to support the sector and get our people to, be gainfully employed and earn decent money from the value they create from their craft. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the problem we are solving is in two folds. The first one is focusing on the consumer in Africa. And the other side is focusing on the creative people themselves, the partners, the filmmakers, the distributors, the aggregators. It's not because there's no content in Africa. Over decades, African content has been undervalued for various reasons, simply because there's no single platform where people can market, sell, and use the African content. And that is the kind of distribution channel we have created for the African continent. And gradually, our own people are beginning to believe, in the potential of the platform we are created and the transparency behind the metrics that goes into the calculation of royalties, revenue shares, and what is due our people. So essentially, what we are doing is to localize payment, localize payment options, localize African content by way of democratizing it for our people, on a global platform for people to have access to. My joy is to see a woman in Wenchi, Tra, or Sunyani, somewhere there, on her phone, able to reach the newest movie that was launched at Silverbird Cinema the next day on her phone. And that is where we are going with this Wi-Flex idea. Next slide, please. Now, the solution, like I said, is pretty simple. Localizing content for our people, telecom integration, and localizing payment. This we have done over the past 24 months, proving our worth in the sector, have gained the recognition that we deserve, and scaling gradually to put the business to another level. Over 30,000 hours of content, like I said, all of this African content plus 10 live streaming channels. Next slide, please. Our customer groupings, like I said, is very simple. We are not targeting the top tier people that the big players are looking at, but the mass market, the mid to low tier consumers in Africa who do not have much disposable income, but when they see quality content, they can tell. These are the people, ACN, a stockkeeper, as you can see here, MFI, a student. All of these guys have access to content, but the question is, what are they consuming at the moment on their phones, on YouTube and other platforms? Wi-Flex has changed that narrative, and we keep changing that gradually, a step at a time. Next slide. Now, the opportunity is vast. Like I said, 3 years, we have targeted a single contract, with all these telecom companies at group level who are helping us to reach out to their consumers by way of serving them the kind of creative content we have on our platform, and also bundling data on top of that for people to stream more and come again. So we are not just serving content on the African continent, because we know how expensive internet is on the continent. So we bundle data with our content to serve the users we have in all the regions I have mentioned that we are operational in at the moment. Over 48.2 million, market size that we are looking. Our goal really is to grab just 1% of this 2.6 million market size that we are, in to compete. Nigeria at the moment forms over 78% of our revenues and the user base on the platform. And there's a good reason to that, because if we did not scale and expand rapidly as we started and focus on one market as a business, I'm not sure I will be in business today. The next slide. Now, the opportunities again in the film sector, I heard Santua talk extensively about the screens that is available in Africa. If you look at this from Central Africa down to West Africa, clearly it tells you the number of screens we have in West Africa alone, and the population, that's against the population, and how much titles we are able to screen and produce in the continent. Of course, there's a lot more work that we have to do in the sector. People have not invested in this sector because the return on their investment is never guaranteed. they spend so much money into production and they don't get their money back. We are trying to change that narrative to get the sector, the investment sector, to look at this and know that now there's a distribution platform that is transparent. And once you put your investment in, your return on that investment is guaranteed. The next slide. So how do we achieve this? I said we are working with content partners across the globe, as I have listed here, over 30,000 hours of content. And we are working in partnership with, Warner Media, Dolby, Sony Pictures, Media Guru, Turning Point Pictures that we recently signed on, and all of that. Every single title you find on Whyte has the required rights to stream the content on our platform legally from the source, as we have already acquired, to stream, working within the confines of the regions and the territories that the producer or director actually want us to stream the title, and is doing amazingly well. Next slide, please. So how are we different? I'm sure by now, a lot of you in the room are thinking that this service is almost like Netflix. Yes, it is true. But the difference is that we acquire content as a zero or low cost from these content producers that we work with. We have a simple revenue share model that work across all the partners I mentioned on the previous slide, that out of trust and the transparency of the business we run, they are able to give us their A-listed content to monetize on the platform for revenue share. We do minimum guarantee in cases where we have to, depending on the type of content we are looking at, and the reach of that particular title. So that is the difference between Whyte and some other platforms. We don't outrightly acquire content. We do purely revenue share and also bundle data for our users and localized payment. We don't demand email for registration on the platform as well. It's purely your mobile phone number and you're up and streaming. The next slide, please. Now, our business model is very simple at the moment. We have localized payment, like I said, for our users across all the opcos that we are in, daily, weekly, monthly fashion for people in all the countries we are operating, and a bundle service available for the diaspora market. If they want, you pay just $2.99 and you can enjoy the over 30,000 hours of content we have on the platform. Next slide. I think I've talked about how different we are. Our target market, our operational model, and the data we have discounted as value addition for our consumers by virtue of working the relationship we have with these telecom companies that we work with. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the vision is clear as we have started this journey and building on top of the million we have already accumulated. Accessibility to the right content, affordability to the originality of African creative, and the flexibility of how people can easily reach and access the African originally created content that we have accumulated on one single platform. That is the vision for Whyte, and I believe we have started this really well. The next slide, please. Forgive me if I'm rushing this. So the team is myself and my partner who is based in the Netherlands. We are both Ghanaians raised in Ghana. Work extensively in Ghana, telecoms, media, across board. We understand the Ghanaian market really well and also the African perspective, and which is why we've been able to push this agenda to this level. And I believe people like Juliet and Uncle Yeboah really know about this story even when we started, and keenly watching on to see where we are going with this, whole idea. Next slide. Thank you for having me and giving me the time after all the technical hitches and all of that. My last word to young people in this room is that no one cares about your passion. It's not enough to have just passion, but dare to dream. Acquire the relevant skill that can help you take your business to the next level. Thank you. I am happy to take questions if I have any in the room. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bright. It was worth the wait. the content and everything that you shared with us. For me, who's been in the media space for all these years, I was consuming it from the beginning to the end, and saying that this is actually the level that media houses in Ghana currently should be going, penetrating the rest of Africa and doing bigger things beyond the shores of Ghana.
Introducing the new and improved Walla lemongrass juice. Made with the finest lemongrass, honey, and lemon juice. Walla lemongrass juice is crafted with care for your pure enjoyment. It has amazing health benefits. It has no sugar and no preservatives. Walla lemongrass juice. Simply refreshing. Contact us on 0244607913.
I'd like to call on Michael Yamson to come and give us some concluding remarks, and then we will just mention some contributors who are currently here, who contributed to our magazine, and that's how we will draw the curtains on the program. Michael?
Thank you once again. I think that as we leave here, I just want to stress something that Prof. Adai said. This generation will not talk about poverty alleviation. We will talk about wealth creation. It is a matter that has weighed heavily on my mind for at least the last 2 years. And we've explored different topics before getting here, and next year we will continue the journey of how we build wealth as Africans. I always tell people that if the world system is a pyramid, let's rest assured that no one is going to give us a handout and put us at the top so that they can come down. We will have to fight our way to the top. And we have to do it with our own ingenuity. We have to do it with our own resources. We have to do it with our own productivity. And we have to do it together. I spoke about wealth creation, why it is important, how we should go about it, and that critical partnership between government and private sector, where government serves and private sector leads. The speakers today have been awesome. Please give them a round of applause. What we heard about the potential for agribusiness, that journey from the seed and the soil to the crop and the value addition, the export markets and the branding, it beat my mind. These businesses, these movements are right here in Ghana, and they are passing us by, and we shouldn't allow that to happen. Even though the economy is in turmoil, the seeds for regeneration and success are in agribusiness. I listened to the presentations by Uncle Whyte and Juliet, and I could only pinch myself about what it is that we are missing when it comes to our creative sector. Think about it, $20 billion opportunity. That's 7 times what we need from IMF. No, so there is a lot. And as Uncle Ebo said, if you invest in the orange economy, that's the name for the creative sector, you will get far more than mining and agriculture put together. As we say, umpewe opede. So we came here to listen. We came here to be educated. And the AI and technology innovations were the cherry on the cake. I sat here and I was saying to Rashida, we find a way to work together, because I think this AI thing is going to be wonderful. As a marketing person, I learned the story of the two salesmen who went out to an island to sell shoes. One called headquarters and said, "Chief, there's no market here. Nobody wears shoes." The other one said, "Chief, there's a huge market here. Nobody wears shoes." So it is with AI and technology. We are all barefooted, shoeless in this market. But the truth of the matter is that if we would all embrace it, the power, the transformation, the efficiency, the productivity, the growth that these things would enable businesses, government, social, civil society to do in this country will go beyond our wildest imagination. Jerry whispered in my ear, if we do our own facial recognition and voice recognition, the alphabets and the Facebooks of this world will have to beg us to buy our software to integrate so that they can be more accurate. It's a big market. Nobody wears shoes. There's a huge market opportunity. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I think today has been too much information. So once we get out there, we will go and digest some and see what we can do with the rest later. One of the team members was saying that, can we get all the contributors to come and say a word? And then I said that will be another serious information overload. And so we would like to recognize their presence and say a big thank you for making the magazine such a wonderful read. I'd like to say a big thank you to Chief Mumen, who is a poet. You can just give us a wave. Kofi Asante, who is a branding expert. Ramatu Sai Jima, who's the CEO for Chopbox. Cynthia Class Peters, who is the party crew. Cynthia, okay, yeah, all right. Then Maulawe Awiti, who is an agric specialist. Okay, who's a scientist. And then Ochiame Kwame, okay, who's supposed to be a musician, who also contributed to this. Big thank you to you all. I failed to mention my name at the beginning of the program because I wanted to save it for last. My name is Odilia Intiamoa. I've been in the media industry for the past 21 years. I currently run an organization called the Oxford Africa Women Leadership Institute, and it's supposed to be helping women-led businesses across Africa to project and to support them in three main areas: access to market, access to financial opportunities, and indeed the third one, which is access to technical support. And we've been doing that. We currently have about 1,850 women on our platforms who are doing amazing things across 36 African countries. Thank you so much. Next year, if you hear the cock crow and we're calling you again, is Ishmael Yamson and Associates saying a big thank you for this year, but inviting you for next year's business roundtable again. We'll take a quick group picture here, and then we will give you your items at the entrance. Enjoy the rest of your day.
GASM, with over 50 years of experience, has various grades for various jobs. The GASM Extra 42.5N is suitable for ultra-high strength structural application like bridges, dams and high-rise buildings. The GASM Super Strong 42.5R was made for high structural applications like precast concrete and block manufacturing. The GASM Super Rapid 32.5R is here for normal building foundations like strip foundation and other ordinary concrete works. The GASM Super Cool 32.5N is best for all block laying, tiling and other mortar works. Never believe that one grade of cement can be used for all jobs. Choose GASM cement always. GASM, 4 cement grades, excellent customer value. GASM, the nation builder.
At Mantrack, we've always strived to be our customers' trusted partner, to ensure their enduring success and to deliver consistent expert support. We've shifted the way we do business so we can better serve our customers anywhere, anytime. We've gone digital. Our new customer portal, Mantrack Direct, provides payment gateways, fleet information, and much more, all with a simple click, providing all Mantrack cart info in one easy interface. We're also offering ship-to-me parts options, delivering all the maintenance items you need to keep operations running on site and at the office. This means less time spent in branch and more uptime out in the field. And with our counter staff also going virtual, you have access to our service and support when you need it most. Plus, you can communicate with us on your terms across our social media channels, including Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, and web, with 24-hour hotline available in most territories. We are committed to delivering value and will continue to find innovative ways to ensure our customers are productive and profitable, which is why we have diversified our product portfolio. You now have more to choose from to meet your product deadlines and budgets. Plus, we've given you more control over your servicing costs with new flexible payment options as part of our customizable customer value agreements. And to make sure we are providing all the latest from the world of Caterpillar, we'll continue to provide a range of new videos, webinars, and features to ensure you stay connected to the latest and greatest we have to offer. We will continue to be a dealer you can depend on, providing superior service and expertise, and working with you to build a better tomorrow. This is our new future.
You want information at your fingertips and make payments seamlessly in the comfort of your office. You want to access your data whether you are at work or on the go. You want real-time trade transaction statuses, so you are always up to date. You want what you want when you want it. With Straight to Bank, you've got it all. Fast access to information and data, coupled with customized alerts and reports to help you optimize working capital, pay your business partners and government institutions, manage your entire working capital cycle, and make timely and better informed decisions. No more paper forms, no more manual checks, no more lengthy calls inquiring about transaction status and availability of credit lines. Designed and curated in a strong collaboration with you, our clients, Straight to Bank is a single access, end-to-end digital platform with a simple and intuitive dashboard to accelerate your payment processes. Your business can take full advantage of various payments, including trade payments, third-party payments both local and international, as well as tax and duty payments via Ghana.gov. Our intuitive and easy-to-navigate Straight-to-Bank platform keeps you informed through customized alerts and reports because it's built to help you streamline your working capital and optimize your returns. You will be reaping the benefits of Straight-to-Bank in no time. Our experience, expertise, and array of trade finance solutions to help you maximize returns are now just a click away. POS, mobile wallet payments, and QR-enabled payment services are also available to drive your digital receivables. Rest assured, we are not here for good enough, we are here for good, and we are here for you. Email premierservice.gh@sc.com to sign up today.
Can you invest in Fortune 500 stars and more? Can you help the planet and boost your wealth? With Standard Chartered Priority Banking, you don't need to stop and think. Investing with us goes further. We connect with global fund managers, select funds that suit your needs, bringing global expertise right here. We connect you to wealth opportunities that match your priorities. Join today. Relationship managers advise you, but who gives them advice? Who's checking your investments are still performing? With Standard Chartered Priority Banking, you don't need to stop and think. Investing with us goes further. Our relationship managers are trained, certified, backed by a team of investment experts, a complete support network. We connect you to wealth opportunities that match your priorities. Join today.
Introducing the new and improved Walla Lemongrass Juice. Made with the finest lemongrass, honey, and lemon juice. Walla Lemongrass Juice is crafted with care for your pure enjoyment. It has amazing health benefits. It has no sugar and no preservatives. Walla Lemongrass Juice. Simply refreshing. Contact us on 0244607913.